Hello, hello. Is I'd like to ask if the microphone is working because I do not want to stream again and just have a terrible problem with not having recorded any of the things that I said. So, hello. I'm just setting things up. I had to clean a little bit after cooking and of course having dinner. But yeah, good to go. So before we jump into the illustration, we have a lot to do today. I'm going to be attempting to stream for maybe 4 hours today. If my strength permits it, I'll be streaming for 6 hours. So let's see. I'd like to be able to do a lot. I remembered the mic. Yes, yes, I do remember. All right, let me just complete the setup. All right, so once again, I'm streaming on both Facebook and YouTube. So there's still a lot of things that I'm trying to get right. Sorry about that. I just took my, what do you call that? My drawing tablet. Right. So something that I might forget to remove is the starting soon. So it would be a damn shame that we've already began drawing and I've fixed up the microphone, but in turn it's something else that I wasn't able to to get right. All right, so to everybody who's joining, and to everybody else who will be joining, welcome, welcome. Let's draw today, and let's shoot the shit. Let's talk about anything that we can end up talking about. Right. What do we have here? What do we have here? There you go. Right. Okay, so I'm very glad to have this guts piece at the point that it's already at today. I'm quite delighted about that. I also visited a comic shop today. So we call it Comic Odyssey here in the Philippines. And well, I should stop saying and so many different covers, and I was just really thinking about how my work matches up to all of those, and just pretty much remembering my love for comics. No problem, no problem, man. Thanks for dropping by to say hi. I appreciate you always. So yeah, what was I saying? So I visited a comic book shop today. We call it Comic Odyssey. Looked at the covers, a lot of illustrations from people we would recognize online. Uh, Art Germ, for one. I saw a couple others. Some I was very intrigued by. And there's one thing that really piqued my interest. It was a cover of Iron Man, a very old cover, probably from the 1990s. And to tie it together with one of the ideas that I encountered the passing days ago, it's that all of the comics we seem to have about Iron Man today all have the Marvel Cinematic Universe faceplate. So, and it seems that they've all forgotten what Iron Man looks like in the past. And so it's just struck me that I know that I've been drawing a lot of the DC characters and I've been drawing Guts to be kind of like the grandfather to this set of new DC adaptations. So where is it? Let's look for that. Doodles. I call it doodles when I'm just conceptualizing. So yeah, so this is how it is so far. So they're pretty much inspired by Guts. I'm still deciding what the order of this is. I like the setup that it is right now, but I also don't want to take away from the idea that a lot of these iterations have a very strong influence from Guts of Berserk. And it's amazed me that over the past few weeks, not really weeks, past few days that I've been posting this online, a lot of people from DC groups and subreddits recognize Guts, and a lot of people from Berserk also recognize, of course, they recognize Batman and Superman and Guts' influence on this new take on them, and it was really awesome to see, and it just made me think how much these two sets intersect with my own tastes. If to the people who have been following me, I've been doing a lot of medieval stuff ever since I fully started with a pseudonym, and my it's been my cup of tea. People go to me to have armor drawn and all of these things, and so armor, even though it can be difficult sometimes and can not really difficult, it's time consuming. Compare it to a bodysuit where you're essentially just drawing human anatomy without the genitalia and the nipples and all those things, unless you're drawing a Schumacher batsuit, which is a different For Honor characters or Dark Souls characters, or any one of those fantasy characters. So that's just the tricky thing about about the work that I do. But I think that I've found a niche in it, and I'm very happy that the absolute universe has kind of gone in that direction of a little bit more medieval or a little bit more nuanced with their ideas. So yeah, so that's just some takeaways. I don't want to take much of the time just dialoguing about my love for this. Uh, so yeah, let's begin work. So I have several things that I can do. A Batman is pretty much finished, but I kind of want to blend them all together. Uh, we have Wonder Woman, we have Guts. I kind of want to finish Guts today. So apart from the other things that we can end up completing, I think that I would like to um I think that I would like to focus on completing Guts. All right. So to the viewers who have dropped by, who are here and who will be dropping by, please say hi. Thank you for spending some time here. I'm happy to have you. If you're drawing, draw along with me. If you're doing work, I hope that the things that I talk about give you something to think about or to make, and just join in on the conversation. I'd love to have you here. So thankfully, my microphone is no longer turned off. That's a huge benefit. Let's just share our stream. Okay, apologies on the slight silence there. I was just sharing our stream to some groups that I belong to. And we're off. Okay, so where was I? Where was I? Let's look at where's guts? Where's my reference for guts? I have such I'm gonna show you guys the amount of references that I have for this this little series. So this is all of the references that I currently have. So I'm using an app called PureF. I think I've mentioned this a while ago. Not a while ago. Yeah, a while ago from another stream. Most artists use PureF because it's just an awesome tool. You could add every single idea that you could think of, every single image that you could think of, and just build from there. So that's the fantastic concept of PureF. All right, so this is our guts. We have our second layer. There you go. To just darken his silhouette there. Oopsie daisy. With how many layers I'm using, sometimes you end up forgetting the amount of work that you've put in. There you go. Let's duplicate that. So my concept here is that should Guts ever face off with Absolute Bane, I think Guts would win. I think uh I think Absolute Bane would pretty much beat up Guts. I think that's for sure. But after some strenuous exercise, I think Guts would be able to survive. Especially considering that he has fought a lot of other fuckers in his own story. And to all of you Berserk readers out there, I think you know what I'm talking about. Wild comes close, I think. He's quite similar in size and transformation to absolute Bane. At least that's the thought that I have. Although I think comparing Wild to Absolute Bane is an insult to Absolute Bane because of just how, well, I won't spoil, but if you have read Berserk, you know what I'm talking about. You know what kind of terrible I want to use the word individual, but I think individual is a little too kind the for the type of person. Even person, I think it's hard to call Wild a person after the things that he's done. And I think it would be a disservice to call him an animal, and it would be an insult to animals. So I think Wild is one of the true monsters in the Berserk series. So that's just that's my 2 cents on this. I don't know. What are your thoughts on absolute? Not absolute. What are your thoughts on Berserk? Okay, so let's do this. So it's 3 panels. 1, 2, 3. Just try to follow. If I could finish Guts, Wonder Woman, and Superman today, I would be very happy. We have our coffee in hand. After a while, I have my shot glasses. To the people watching, how is Christmas season going over in your domains? Domain sounds as though I just... What do you call that? I just called everyone a Jujutsu Kaisen participant. I'm not familiar with Jujutsu Kaisen lore, so don't at me in case I make mistakes with the labeling and whatnot. I'm still more of a Tokyo Ghoul fan, and I'm still more of an Attack on Titan person. I'm also a Chainsaw Man guy. What else? Of course, I'm a Berserk individual. So, hi to the people who are joining the stream. We are drawing Guts from Berserk as part of a little series that I'm doing that I do plan on expanding. Some thoughts that I discussed earlier. Sup, mentally exhausted from theses, but we'll stay to vibe for a bit. I'm happy to have you here again, man. Thanks for always supporting the stream so far. Join in with the discussion. Maybe it will get your mind off of school, or maybe even maybe we could discuss something that, for some miraculous reason, you can end up using for your theses. Because I don't know. At least for me, I also have done theses before, and to say the least, you can get inspiration in all of the weirdest places. That just much as I'll say. So, if it's I think in one time we were studying the great national hero of the Philippines. We were discussing Rizal. It was for a paper. And then in another class, we were discussing Dante Alighieri, of the medieval poet from Italy. And at face value, there doesn't seem to be any connection at all between the two of them. But I forgot what it was after I spent some time with some classmates, and we were just discussing one of those subjects. There's just this connection that papers are done, but Unity coding for a thesis program is taking my toll. Unity coding. Oh, I see. Don't forget to drink some water. I know that it's code, but thinking dehydrates. Even drawing dehydrates. That's why sometimes when, because I've coded before, I have a background in software engineering, and you would really feel stressed out, and you'd realize that you haven't drank anything for like 5 hours because you were just so focused on getting a few lines of code running. And even with the compiler notes, and you're trying to follow every single potential cause for concern, every potential issue, and it's just not working out. You just can't find it. You feel so stupid sometimes. I'm not calling anyone stupid. If I'm calling anybody stupid, it's mostly me, because I do remember those moments of just great frustration, and then one of your peers would walk in, and then they have fresh eyes, and then they'd look at the code that you're doing, and they would just happily say, hey, there's this mistake here. How could you not have been able to see that? And boom, problem solved. I actually got back to drawing and working on your piece when you recommended me last time, drawing for a little bit a day. It's quite refreshing. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's music to my ears. I'm happy to hear that you're getting back into it. I'm glad to hear that. By any chance, what school do you go to? Because I taught in Benilde for a short bit. They have not called me back in a while because there seems to have been no slots in their game development part. At least that was what they told me last year. They haven't really reached out again, so it's kind of a partly fault on my end. It's just that the commute is really difficult. Like, don't get me wrong, I can commute, but it's either you take the train, or you take the motorcycle, or you take the more expensive Grab, and it's draining. So to the people who have read Berserk, I have a question. Of the people that Guts has fought, the apostles, who do you guys think absolute Batman can have a chance facing off? Especially considering this, for the people who have read issue 14 of Absolute Batman, I think it really shows the capacity of absolute Bruce Wayne, especially with the evolution. Is evolution the right term? Because Bane was like a Pokemon. He's just like growing and growing and growing every single time. He's like a Pokemon drug addict. That's what he is. Nintendo, don't sue me. So here we are just making sure that our silhouette is doing good. But beyond that, we are also trying to make sure that the armor is correctly placed. Truth be told, I miss doing line art. Because when you're doing painting the entire time for clients mostly, you can do some line art, but not a lot of it, and then you end up focusing on just rendering all the time, and it makes you forget the beauty of black and white and the completed feeling of just lines stacked together or something like that. So doing these drawings have been good for me, not just the reach, because and also I really miss superheroes. Some of the first things that I ever drew, my God, where's my grammar? One of the first things that I ever drew was superheroes. Just really enjoying all of that. Some of the first comics that I ever got was Punisher Warzone, Spider-Man, Maximum Carnage. I didn't even know the significance of those stories. And I also got a copy of The Death of Superman. Again, didn't know the significance of that. And just those were my starting points. I never actually rendered art before. The painting part is a mystery for me on how to do and make it look good. Painting and rendering is truly an extra dimension to things. I'm not sure right now if I could find the words to define painting to somebody who's just, and this is no critique to you at all, but even for myself, for many years I never touched painting. For many years I always restricted myself to black and white, and I gained a lot of confidence in it. I found love in doing black and white. That if you look at all of my sketchbooks, they were all in black and white. Especially my sister, she jumped into colors before I did, and she's really good at it. And I forget what I needed, that little kick that made me want to paint. I forget what it was, but all I know is that For Honor is in one way or form related to it. So no matter what has happened to that game, I still thank it for its effect on me. I still love it for what it was, but let's just say that my tastes have shifted, or maybe not shifted. My tastes are still the same. It's more of For Honor's shifted and no longer fits my taste. I think that's a better expression of it. I never actually still haven't picked up reading Absolute Batman. Been on and off with Western comics for a while. Yeah, that's fine. we all have our different things. For example, I don't think I've properly picked up a manga recently. There was a time there where I would just boot up Manga Kakalot or any one of those. I still have my manga here, my physical copies. But recently, not really. I haven't really touched manga. I read about it, though. My friend has been glazing Absolute Batman. I do like how it's going. It's just my superhero fatigue because of the stuff DC and Marvel has been doing. No one can blame you. The truth is, I've also settled on that fatigue. It's affected me as well. I think a lot of people are not really happy with with what they've done to the stories. They've homogenized it in the worst way possible. They've made everything feel the same. They've made everything feel bland and worthless, or sometimes too edgy for no reason. The edgy characters they've made comedic. The serious characters they've turned into gimmicks. I don't know. There's just so much wrong with. There's so much that could be done with the stories. So I don't think anyone can blame you for dropping off even a little bit, or even if it's a long time. To the viewers, if you guys have people who are into pop culture, or want to draw to hang out with, I'd like to hang out with them too. So I'd love for you to share the stream so we could have more people join in along. If you guys also have questions on how to draw, how to paint, and any one of those things, I think for the time being, for this stream, let's focus on drawing and sketching. Leave any comments here, and I will attend to them. And I'd love to be able to respond to all of your queries. So we don't have a script for any of these. Of course, truth be told, I wanted to make an announcement of the topic to talk about, and I'm still figuring out how to go about this the streaming thing. I have streamed before. If you guys would visit my YouTube channel, I've been streaming for quite a while now, but it's really just recording the artworks. There's really no dialogue. There's nothing like this. I've tried this a few times, sometimes with a camera, sometimes without, and I don't even know what the best schedule is for this, because my focus truly is to be able to draw, and also speaking takes energy. I think streamers who do this every day is going to get angry at me. I think they'll call me weak for complaining about streaming for 2 hours or whatnot. I'm generally going to learn from how you draw while I draw my own stuff. To be fair, I think I literally sculpted my art style from yours, but more anime-ish. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Gonna be cliche, but go the VTuber. a few of my friends have suggested that, because they are into VTubers. Sadly, I am not. I do like them when I do see them occasionally. I do appreciate the fun that can be found in the way they present things. I forgot. I think Pikami. I think VTuber lovers are gonna kill me. I've forgotten what their names are, and there's just so many of them. You'll have to forgive me. I do remember one who wheezes or screams like a kettle, and they have a term called graduating if one of them finishes. And I'm not familiar with those. Have you tried streaming to Twitch? I feel like Twitch right now is the best for reach. No, I have not. It's a miracle, because I've been streaming on YouTube most of the time. Because I'm a YouTube guy. I spend most of my time podcasting over on YouTube, listening to things on YouTube, learning from YouTube. Most of the things that I watch are academically inclined. I like doing research for my stories. I like history, philosophy, religion, all of these different things. And I know that I haven't put up any stories yet, but I hope that my stories will have that kind of effect on it. Uh, it's I'll make announcements hopefully soon. I've been writing for quite a while, and I do hope that my stories are one day out there for people to read. Because sometimes I have the fear that what if the next following day I just get hit by a truck and then I die, and all of the hundreds of characters that I've always considered just disappears. From my experience, YouTube lives don't get much reach since most people only ever tune in live streams if it's channels they already know. That is very true. So I think you're right. So yeah, what I was trying to say is that it's a miracle that I've been able to uh, fix up this stream, because, like I said, I've only been streaming on YouTube, and then I initially wanted to use one of those streaming sites where it would take OBS and then they'd host a second stream for you on to other pages and whatnot. That was the original goal, but then they have these monthly subscriptions, and uh, I'm not making enough money to have something extra to pay for. Rent is already too expensive. So thankfully I was able to find a plugin that made things work. I worked with the software on my end, had to reinstall, install, configure some files, move some DLLs, and here we are. So I think I'll try Twitch soon. I still don't know how. A few of my fellow artists, I don't know if she's here, but Ariana Art, I forget what I'm butchering her name. I'm so sorry. But I'm aware that she streams. So that's what I'm aware of. And I think people watch also on Facebook. Given that I have a few viewers here right now, and I have less viewers on YouTube. So I think you have a point there. Thank you for bringing that up. So let's talk about style, or maybe I'm gonna talk about at least my understanding or what I've observed about Filipino comics, because I am a Filipino, and when I launch my story, my graphic novel, of course it's gonna be part of that culture. What I've noticed is not a lot really, how to say this, not a lot move outside of local culture. Like, their stories revolve around tikbalang, aswang, and all of these things. That's it. And I don't know, there's just so much more that you could write about, at least. But I feel bad saying this because I haven't really produced anything, and then these people have produced more than I have. So I don't want to be a critic. I don't want to be somebody who just talks negative about things and is unable to produce his own. At least those are just my 2 cents. So forgive me for being a little vocal. Yeah, there's a lot. Even with a comment that I've just made, a lot of them are still good, quality-wise, story-wise. It's just that themes-wise, they pretty much play in the same ballpark. And not everybody, and I'm still providing exceptions here, but it's just that not everybody tries to be original, or at least their attempt at being original doesn't really work, you know? I was actually planning to do something like a Fate Grand Order style story, but using Filipino mythology, but in game form, hack and slash. There's potential in that, I would say. But given what I just said, well, maybe there's some more aspects that you could focus on. But I'm not going to steer your work in my direction. Please do as you see fit. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say. And more power to you, whatever direction you take your creations in. I'm just mostly referring about the work that I would like to do. And maybe to some people who are hearing this, maybe the criticism that they'll lob at me is that I'm not nationalistic enough. Maybe I'm not loving Filipino culture enough. Maybe that's true, but it's just difficult to love what's present here, especially given the climate of things, and it's not really easy to be one. And this is an extremely cultural conversation. I don't know. I see a few viewers right now, and so I don't know where you guys come from, but these are just my 2 cents. Yep. Though I think it's because there's not been many representation of Filipino stuff outside Filipino-made context. Yeah, that's true. So, who else would write about Filipinos than Filipinos? I, I'm not sure if that's what you're saying, but at least that's my understanding of what you're trying to say. And I think you're right. There isn't a lot of Filipino made things that make you go raise your hands and just jump in joy with how wonderful it is. Not a lot of that. Because, and here's just my theory, it's because I think we're not being honest. I think we're not being honest of what our country really is like. And I think it's in honesty that we'll be able to find beauty within the disaster. I think that's when we'll be able to acknowledge things that truly exist in our country instead of constantly writing about the same tropes that have been tried and tested and just the same things again and again and again. It's not really lifting us up. I think that's the word for it. Because to lift someone up requires some form of confrontation, especially if you're not writing something to coddle, if you're not writing something to just make someone feel better. I'm not against that. I'm not against writing things that are more on the soft side. What about for the adults? What about for the teens? What about the people who are starting to really understand what is going on in the country? What about those? What about the soul? What about the human soul? What about the importance of art? What about history? What about opening people's eyes to things that they really wouldn't be able to? I once took a trip with my fiance because she's from a university with a great museum in it, and it had a display of animals in it. And these are animals that are labeled to belong in our country. They're things that I noticed how large some of them were, and how my understanding of their size was so different to what they actually are. Because I always just see them on my phone screen. I always just see them on TV. And you see a human being next to it, and then sometimes it's just a close-up of the animal. And so you're not really sure what the size of this animal is. And it dawned on me that I've been in this country my entire life. I've never left it. And I never had the opportunity to even see one of the animals residing in this country. It's because I've never left the city. I come from the province, sure, but it's pretty much a village as well. It's pretty much urbanized back and forth. It's the foreigners who get to see our country first before us. Isn't that a terrible thought? Shouldn't it be the countrymen who first are able to trek through their own lands, to be able to say hi to their neighbors beyond their immediate vicinity? No, it's the I have nothing against foreigners. I think if you want to visit a country, you should be able to. I have no problem with that. But what about us? Why is it so hard to get from point A to point B? Why is our infrastructure so terrible? And the thing is, everybody is so aware of this that we don't bat an eye when we're when we speak about this. It turns into a joke. It turns into something that people just laugh at. That's it. That's how we've conditioned ourselves as country folk. Oh, there's a problem. Oh, that's just what it's like. That's it. And our stories, at least in my own evaluation of classics, of novels, of great works from other countries, of times gone by, there's something confrontational about those stories. There's something that makes you look in the mirror and say, is everything all right? And if everything is not all right, what the hell can we do to do something about this? You can watch the news all day, but it's just gonna tell you the same thing, and if you're exposed to the same thing in the same manner, you're gonna get used to it. Only time I was out of Cebu was when I was too young to remember anything. Otherwise, like other Filipinos, barely traveling and just sticking to our areas. Exactly. And we can't do anything about it. Like, people from Manila rarely go to Cebu. Unless you're like part of a business trip and it's the company who pays for your trip, or you're one of the children of rich folk who can go to Tokyo anytime they want. And so Cebu and Boracay and any one of these areas is just the back, just like the back of your hand, and you can book a ticket because you're driving with a BMW or any one of these things. The archipelago geography sadly locked us out of traveling properly. That's true. So what can we do about it? And I think, and to tie it back after all of my ranting about state of the country, I think I'm gonna tie it back to the stories. Why don't we use stories to say something? And to take our eyes off of the generic things that we've seen others do. Oh, here's a capre. I'm gonna give him a centurion sword, and I'm gonna give him flight or something like that. What does that say? Beyond, oh, it's cool. What does that do? And maybe people would say that I'm being too much here. And maybe I'm spouting bullshit. And that people should just write whatever they find cool. Maybe that's the case. But are we just gonna be a country of mediocrity? A country of one thing and one thing only? A country that doesn't go beyond its potential? We love Japan because of the many things that it could do. When we look at a Japanese product, we hold it with pride more than our own. Why? Why is that? When we look at the VFX of Hollywood and the many teams that do that, when we play The Witcher which is a polished game, or Cyberpunk, which is also a polished game. We love it. When we play Clair Obscur, it touches our soul, despite the game having been made in a French country that sometimes we make fun of. But it stirs something in us. I've heard stories of Clair Obscur, Obscura. Is it Clair Obscura? I may be butchering the name. I'm so sorry, but I've heard stories that it has pushed people to write and to draw and to tell their own stories. It's changed something in people. Isn't that amazing? Why can't we get our art to do that same thing? And the few times that I hear feedback from people in which my work kind of pushes them in that direction, I feel a sense of pride and a sense of humility and a sense of, hey, I gotta do more. I gotta do more. Sometimes it feels easy to give up, the truth be told. Sometimes I just want to sleep. Sometimes I don't want to pick up the stylus or the pencil and draw. But that will be the defeat of me. To the viewers right now, I'm sorry for if this feels like I'm ranting, I apologize, but I think I just feel passionate about this. This is just important for me, and I hope that one day people will get to pick up my stories and it will hopefully stir something in them. It will make them try to get out of their own heads and see that there's so much more to the world than what they're being fed. Your rants can be clipped and used for content. So yeah, I got a few viewers on here, so I'm happy about that. Compared to other artists, I'm not that big. I'm appreciating it. I thank you all for being there. Oh, that's true. That's true. I've tried to create a few shorts, but given how long it takes to draw and to edit those shorts, I haven't figured out the scheduling yet. I know that some artists have been able to do that, and I applaud them for doing so, but just look, it's almost an hour now. It's actually an hour now, exactly an hour now. And I've just only been able to render a leg. And so as much as I sometimes want to edit a reel or a short, I know that I could put that time into drawing a face. Or one of those things. But you have a point. You have a point. Thank you. Thank you for that. So yeah, again, I guess to connect my rant to my goals, and I hope that I could look back on this stream, or at least a version of this stream, and then, or maybe somebody will show me this stream down the line and they'll say, hey, wasn't this what you were talking about? And I'd like to touch up briefly on the ideas that I have, because I do have a story about the Philippines. I know it literally would take a team if you wanted to cover more grounds that isn't art and streaming. That's true. That's true. So yeah, so I do have stories. I do have I do have stories about the Philippines, but I'm distancing it from the usual mythology. In fact, there will be no mythology associated with it. One of the stories that I wrote is related to, well, AI and how it would affect our country. And I have idea. Right now, it sounds very generic, right? But I think one thing that I'd like to really say right away is that our country is a playground. It's not, especially right now, it's not a power. It's not Japan. I don't think that we could craft Gundams here. I don't think that we could create high-tech anything here. And so that's something that is going to be quite present in the stories that I tell. That idea, that notion, and that question of if that is one of the many premises you have, Mr. Author, why then do you have AI in this place? And that's one of the inciting questions that I'd like for my story to have. And how such and such affects the regular people. That is how I would like to write my stories. It's not going to be a power play, for example. It's not going to be about, oh, hey, I found this magic gun that was developed by this Filipino student, or whatever, and then I'm going to be able to save the world. It's not that. That's not the concept that I've had in mind. Not at all. It's going to be about a regular guy trying to navigate his way in a regular world. At least it's regular for him. But that's where the world building will come into play. It's hopefully I'll be able to examine social strata, how technology affects the middle class versus how it affects the upper class, who potentially could have started this technology, what countries have dipped their fingers into the Philippines to make this technology work, who's going to be affected, how are we going to protest or riot about it when it starts to dismantle our current civilization. That's what I want to write about. Because right now we have technology at our fingertips. Hell, a person in a squatter's area sometimes has the latest iPhone. Why? How? Like, shouldn't you have spent that money for your kid's tuition first? But then you'd be surprised. They have the latest product from Tim Cook. It's amazing. So if that's the case, and the people at the bottom of society can have access to that specific kind of technology, what if we push the technology a little bit into sci-fi? What will be the repercussions? What will be the effects? And in my scouting through Filipino literature so far, I don't think I've seen anybody write about that. And also, hopefully, I get to write it and illustrate it in the same quality that I'm doing this right now. And so when people look at it, they'll be, hopefully, and I'm saying this so that I could also pin something on myself, that I should take responsibility about these things that I'm saying. And that this is not just some madman's dream. But I hope that when they get to pick it up, they won't just be touched and have the story resonate with them. But I hope that they'll also let the art sometimes just sit. That they'll get to look at the facial expressions and the designs and all of these things, and that with a single panel, emotions will flood. That's what I'd like to be able to do. And I know that I'm talking a lot. I know that this is a lofty ambition. But safe to say I've been put this. Because, of course, I have to pay for rent. I have to provide for myself. I have to eat some of these human things that I wish I didn't need to do. I'm hearing a dystopia story. You could say that, but given how I would argue that the Philippines already is a dystopian story. We just don't admit it. We're already living it. Is it not a dystopia that you have to finish college? You have to have a degree just so that you could work as a bagger in a supermarket chain. Is that not already partly a dystopia? And then when you find out the salary for a similar job in another country, you're earning less than 10% of what they do. Is that not a dystopia? I mean, half our government officials are criminals and currently being arrested, so yeah. We don't have to imagine NUSA. We're living in it. And when I say NUSA, I'm talking about the government from Cyberpunk. And if you go to America, not too far off, and maybe there are government admirers here. I apologize. This is no insult to any of you. But let's just say I've lost faith in government. And if there's a government official here, I'm sorry. Please do not contact my internet service provider and just nuke me. All this dark humor that we currently have right now. I apologize. I'm just being honest, I guess. I say what I see. And I think more people should do that. It's hard to do. You're going to lose a lot of people when you do that. But the best stories come from truth. And I know that there's an argument to be made that to say your truth is a terrible thing. I still partly agree with that. But we only get to see fragments of the overall truth. And I think it still fits. Yeah, and a lot of the lucky, smart people have left the Philippines and have never come back to live here. That's true. You earn money. If you're born in a middle-class family, what are you told? Leave. Go abroad. That is the Filipino dream. Go to America. That is the Filipino dream. You're from a poor family? Go to America. That's the Filipino dream. Marry an American. That is the Filipino dream. Have that American provide for us. Because we can't provide for ourselves. If you make it big somehow, you're Filipino, what do you think happens? Your cousins and your literal grandma turn you into a bank account. Not everybody does that, okay? To the viewers that I have, I'm not pointing fingers. Again, I'm just saying it as it is. To deny this is to lie. A lot of families do this. It's funny how I'm drawing guts right now and I'm talking about Filipino culture. I don't know if it fits. I'm not really sure. But we make do with the topics that we are given. But there is an argument to be made that, how do we string this into the story of Berserk? I don't know. I sense that there's a way to do so. I sense that there is a way. Because Berserk is in a word, to struggle, right? That's what it's about. It's about defeating the causality of fate. Fate tells us that we are headed in one direction and one direction only. Berserk still hasn't proven what its final say is, because we don't know how it ends. But Berserk, especially Guts' character, has inspired people to strive to pick up their own challenges and not just rely on others to do things for them. And given the topic that we have, I think the link is there. Filipinos need their own Berserk story. A character who they see is put through the shit. Through all of it. A character who's going to shine a light on their faces the cruelty that we've allowed to happen in this place that we so call our own. But the trick is to hide it and not turn it into allegory. Because if you turn it into a direct allegory and name specific people and then name groups and ideologies, I think that's a lost cause. Because you are writing a story that will only resonate with a small group of people in a small period of time. So if you associate it with a specific political party, for one, you're going to lose people from the other political party. If you write about a specific candidate, you're going to turn off people who like that specific candidate. If you create a character who has elements of that specific candidate, you're doing the same thing, even if you're not naming them. So I think the requirement for this theoretical, Guts-like, Berserk-like story is to take a classical approach. Is to write a story that will speak with the country folk of today and the country folk of tomorrow. And to have characters who don't align with any specific political party, but to the spirit of what it's like to be a Filipino. That, I think, is the great magic trick that a writer should be able to pull off. And I'm not saying that I can do this. I don't know if I can. And I hope that everything that I'm saying does not lift me up as some whatever profit individual. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's a goal that I'd like to have. And if people share in this goal, then I'd be very happy to see that. And I'm not saying this because I've proven that it works for my own life. I'm saying this because I've seen it work for other countries. I've seen it work for some stories, for other stories. This drawing that I'm doing right now, it's not my character. I'm not taking credit for this. The only credit that I could take from this is the style and the time spent that I've taken to render this, but that's it. That's the extent of this being mine. This is still, and may he rest in peace, this is still Kentaro Miura's character. All of the emotion that you could pull from this drawing stems from his making. I'm just extending it with my illustration. That's it. And so, and the thing is, when you're someone who reads manga or reads stories, sometimes you forget how it applies to real life. And so you could read about somebody struggling and then forget to remember how it compares or contrasts with your own struggles, and you forget how it could potentially give you motivation to get off your butt and do your own thing. And I think that's the importance of stories. And if Guts can do that for some people, then why not tell a story that can do that for others? Though I should say a lot of Filipinos tend to just ignore problems even if it's so big. I mean, look at the Nepal people ousting their government, but the Filipinos literally being presented proof of government wrongdoing, nothing, barely any arrests. Sorry for the rant. If somebody should apologize for rants, it is not you, Zephyr. It's me. So please do not apologize. I'm very happy to receive your comment. Thank you for providing that comment, and you have a point. And it's funny because after that Nepal thing, if I recall, our own country scheduled its own, what do you call that? Its own ousting. And what happened? They attacked the Sogo hotel. Wow. They burned down traffic signs. They fought cops who were just doing their job. That's how genius our people are. That's how well educated, that's how amazing we are at things. That's how smart we are as a people. And we just laugh at it. We see it on the news and we just hold the like button, see the smile, leave it as is, go about our day. Amazing. Amazing. We're a happy people, but I would argue that we're happy for the dumb reasons. We're happy for the most complacent bullshit reasons. And we don't even try. So if there's somebody ranting, it's me. I heard some of them were paid to do it. Planted actors to incite chaos, the reckless damage. It's possible. With the many lies I've seen myself, that's not far off from a potential truth. There's merit to that statement. So I won't be surprised if somebody really was paid to partake in that chaos and to divert attention from the proceedings of the government and the crimes of the government to, hey, look, a motel was burned down. Hooray! If we can be entertained by that and lose sight of what's important, then amazing. Just amazing. Hey, look, the leg's finished. I just needed to rant about the government. Wow. Yeah. I just needed to get into flow of ranting, and it's like 15 minutes just passed by. Glad to be of help. Thank you for leaving comments, man. You're the only person I'm speaking with here. uh, if anybody else is here, they're kind of shy and commenting. It's all right, but I'd be happy to have other people. Maybe we could steer the conversation in another direction. Ranty. So yeah, I'd be happy to receive other topics that we could talk about. He is still missing a couple of things, but I'm very happy with how this is turning out. Guts is shaping up really well. The lines are pretty good. So this is him. And this is Bane's head. You've never drawn mecha, right? Closest would be the Space Marines, I think. Yes, I have not properly drawn mecha. I'm interested in it, but I prefer swords and motorcycles and mechanical guns. If we take that 5-letter word mecha, it's gonna be related to mechanical. I like. I don't know if you've seen Andor. I don't know if the people on stream have seen Andor, but it's an amazing show, and I'm gonna cite it as an example among Blade Runner 2049 as one of those shows and stories where the mechanical aspect of things is just really, really well done. You have all of these knobs, you have all of these controls, you have all of these things that bring life to the story. And that's the kind of mecha that I'd like to wield in my story. And I'm not opposed to drawing mecha. If somebody commissions me to draw mecha, then I'd happily take my hand on it. But because I think my portfolio does not have mechas, not a lot of people approach me for that. The people who really approach me ask me to, hey, can you draw Warmonger? Hey, can you draw a Dark Souls guy? That's often the case. Can you draw a fantasy mage? So on and so forth. Excuse me. In case you guys heard a puff, or to be more specific, a burp, I genuinely apologize. Oh yeah, the best Star Wars story for sure. If you were next to me, good sir, I would have high-fived you right now. Probably even gave you a brotherly hug. The gospel of Andor must be shared to more people. And the more people it reaches, the better the world will probably be. It's just an amazing show. I don't know if I should draw Andor, because it's the kind of show that, because if you would pay attention to my drawings, there's always one or two things that I like to add to it. First and foremost, I like making things a tad bit more realistic, or a tad bit more functional. I'll pull up real quickly my Batman drawing. Is it? Oh no, he's right here. Here you go. So this is my absolute Batman. This is my take on absolute Batman. And this is how he is drawn in the comics. And please do not take me wrong. I'm not saying that this is a bad drawing at all. That's far from what I'm saying. So please don't misquote me on this and say that my drawing is better than this. That is not the point. But what I'm trying to say is that if you try and turn this into cosplay right away, there's so many ways to do that. You could approach this in such a way that all of the gray parts are simply fabric, or you could take this as a non-glossy briefs. Oh, I forget. Oh, I forget what the trunks. This looks like metal, sure, but how does it exactly contour his shoulders? And then the axe changes shape over time. And then how many straps does he have on his arms? Because those two change per panel. So it's an art style. That's what it is. It's a simplified art style to get the story across, and by God, are they doing a fantastic job at it. I love Absolute Batman. But so to speak, just to contrast it with how I drew things, for example, detachable. In the concept art for Absolute Batman, we don't really get to see that. It has so many different versions that for example here, I'm going to take this. If we look at this, there really isn't any separation present right here. Nothing at all. And so what I did is, well, I added it. And I based it off in such a way that if ever this tank of an individual ever thought of removing his ears, I designed it in such a way that he would still look like Batman, and he's not gonna look like man, right? So I left some of that behind. That's how I designed it. It's not really designed. I think that's how I refined it. And then look at the paneling on his shoulder. Different artists approach it differently. And I approached it in this manner. Something more gothic, something more medieval. And then, of course, I added more man. If you're a Redditor and you've been following the Arkham subreddit, man is very popular. Yeah, and I also added these lines. I know that a lot of people get angry when you just add random lines and everything, but I don't think these are random. I try to compare them to functional athletic suits and Kevlar. So these are Kevlar panels that I've decided to include. Man rises. Not sure, but it looks like he could take the ears off and use it as a makeshift shiv. In fact, he does. Also, in the comics, there's a scene where his ears could fold and then they could point forward. But if you look at the sketch again, it's not there. Also, in some panels, he has these rounded ears, but then in some panels, he doesn't. And so it's just something that I decided to really combine and connect together. So it's not really design, it's more of just what would this look like if it were real? That's it. Alright, so enough about man. Let's go back to Berkman. Yes, this is what he is. This is Berkman. This is Barry Berkman. Yes. This is Berkman. Oh yes. To the people watching, please watch Barry. Barry is amazing. If you guys don't know, Barry is an HBO Max show. I think it's already finished. It went for 5 seasons. 5 seasons or 4 seasons. And it's just amazing. It's a black comedy. And it's how else could I explain this? It's about an assassin who's trying to how do I advertise Barry? Interesting. It's about it's about an assassin, a hitman and not your Agent 47 hitman. It's about he looks like a regular guy. That's it. It's about a man who has to stalk an enemy, a target, not really an enemy, and he realizes that he has to take up a disguise and stalk his target for a short while. And while he's doing so, he gets caught into a theater play because his target is part of a theater play, and he has to pretend to be part of said theater play or production or rehearsal. And so he does become part of it, and he discovers that he's good at acting. Or at least he loves to act. And now he's considering if he belongs to this life, if he could become an actor. But it seems to prove that he's also quite as excellent, if not better, as a hitman. And now he's having an existential crisis. And he's trying to talk about his life. He's trying to talk about, because he was a soldier before, and he was part of the Marines, and he's trying to see if people can understand him. And he believes that if people can understand him, he can leave that assassin life behind. Yes, Barry, Barry. But as he's trying to express himself, to these people, he realizes that people's understanding of what it's like to be a soldier is so different from what it is to be a soldier. Things that we consider dramatic can be something that soldiers laugh at. Things that we consider to be funny is something that must be so serious for soldiers. And every time he's so close to finding a sense of normalcy amongst these new friends, he's hit with the emotion that maybe he doesn't really belong. Maybe a killer is all he ever is and all he ever will be. And that's the core drama of Barry. It's a beautiful show. You'll find yourself laughing for 10 minutes, and then the next few minutes you're on the verge of crying. Especially with the tension of the story and the calls that he has to make and that he has to balance out. It's sure most of the audience who will watch Barry has not taken a life, sure, and probably will never understand the significance of that. But Barry writes it in such a way that a regular person can relate to it, or at least I was able to, or at least that's my experience of this story. We'll actually watch a few episodes once I'm finally free from the semester. It really sounds like my cup of humor. I hope you like it. Maybe in one of these other streams you'll get to come back and tell me about it. I've finished the first two seasons. I'm trying to watch the third season, but I think I misremember a lot of things, and so I think I might just rewatch the whole thing again. And then continue watching everything else. I'm still not fully spoiled on the ending, despite YouTube sometimes doing its best to spoil me. And I hope that I don't get spoiled. Because I do want to finish the entire thing. With as little knowledge as much as possible. Hello! We were just speaking about Barry Berkman. Because I wrote that Guts is Berkman. It's nice to have you back. We also ranted about society and the importance of storytelling. And by the way, I might clock out now. Thesis consultation grant. Yeah, no worries, man. The fact that you stayed for as long as you did, thank you. And if I haven't said this before, thank you for supporting me ever since I started all of this. The fact that you mentioned that you've been here since the For Honor days, I truly appreciate you. Thank you. You have a good night. Rest well, and I hope to see you around. Yeah, Barry. Love that show. Don't spoil me because I haven't finished season 3 and I still have to watch season 4. Noho Hank. He is one of my favorite gay characters of all time. He's just so... He's so special. I don't know how to say it. I know that Noho Hank is a character from the first season. I know. You're not spoiling me when you talk about Noho Hank. I guess you would spoil me if you tell me what's happened to Noho Hank. The last thing I know about it is that this is spoilers for people who haven't seen Barry, but I'll take advantage of not having too many viewers right now. But let's just say that Barry does something to Noho Hank, and now Noho Hank is trying to report to the incompetent police about Barry. That's the last thing that I can recall. Yeah, I love Noho Hank. It's funny how he still kind of carried a little bit of that Noho Hank personality when he was Metamorpho in Superman. How many seasons have you seen? Have you finished the show? Because if you finished the show, then you'd know that he's gay. Unless you're just being careful not to spoil it for everybody else. I don't know. Yo, cool drawing, not gonna lie. Is this your voice? Bruh, you ignoring. Okay, bye. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's a comment over on YouTube, but I was not able to see it. And the person thought that I was ignoring him. I'm so sorry. Aw. I was just too focused on the Facebook comments, and I've also been focused on drawing. So, if ever you drop by again, Mr. Rohan Drawing B2G, I apologize for not having seen your comment. Thank you for dropping by, and I'm sorry you had to go right away. And yes, this is my voice. Yeah, this is my voice. I don't know why it would be somebody else's. I don't know if there's anybody who ever streams and then not use their voice. But I don't know. I'm not on stream. I'm not on Twitch too much. So maybe it's a different ecosystem there. He got hella mad there. Yeah. I'm sorry. Just because I was... Never mind. It's fine. I hope he decides to jump back in again. Maybe. If he does, then I'll happily say hi again. Noho Hank. Noho Hank. Noho Hank. Noho Hank. If ever I buy anything from Lululemon, it's probably gonna be because of Noho Hank. Hello, for the YouTube viewers, I apologize in case I don't get to reply. I was focusing on the Facebook stream. We're streaming on both Facebook and YouTube. Maybe soon in time I'll also be streaming on Twitch, but I'm still figuring things out over there. And so if ever that does happen, I'll be jumping in between 3 platforms. And so please forgive me in case I don't get to reply right away. Hi, honey. Hopping back into the stream, say hello. So as I left, you started talking about how you put yourself against comic book cover artists, if I remember correctly. Yes, you do remember correctly. What I noticed is that all comic book covers have color. That's the very first thing. And I already have that solved. I can paint. I know that I can paint. And I don't think that's bragging to say that. But I don't think I have enough drawings. I don't have any updated drawings of superheroes that are colored. I think that is what I'm still missing. And so what I have to do is build up my portfolio in that direction. There are ways where you could get it so you can read all chats in one place. Oh, I do not know how to do that. That would be extremely helpful because right now I am just alt-tabbing and shifting from point to point. And some people are getting angry at me. I've been pushing you to do this for 5 years. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. But I also could not fully take up your offer because I don't want to have your services for free. And I don't have the capacity to pay you. And that's why I've been trying to figure things out by myself as much as possible. And I'm trying to make this work in that regard. And if I'm to fail, at least I'm only failing myself. Because I don't like... Yeah, so if I'm going to fuck up, at least it's just me that's fucking up. I'm not stepping on other people. I'm not wasting other people's time, especially with my perfectionist mentality, which I'm really trying to deal with. Um, but yeah, at some point, dude, it will not be teaching or such. It will be friendly advice and shit. I like what I do. It's not gonna be teacher student kind of thing. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just apprehensive sometimes, and not of you, okay? I don't want you to think that. If I am to love a Danish person, it will be Mads Mikkelsen. I'm just kidding. It will be probably you. I mean, it already is you. Ah. All right, it's the cape that's missing. All right, so for comparison, this is our sketch, this is our reference, and this is our drawing. Well, I do think that now, so now you better get started on involving me. ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って。Ah, sorry, I just took a sip of coffee. All right, so how do we do the cape? We already have a sketch of that. This is our sketch. This is the before. Workman. There you go. This is the before. And this is the after. Before, after. Before, after. Before again, after. Before, after. I'm not being rude and mean to Rick. He's being rude and mean, he's being rude and mean to me. And when he does that, he loves me. That's it. And so, how do you show kindness to a person like that? To do the same. That's it. Do unto Danish people what Danish people do to you. It's written somewhere there in the book of Bulo. So we are approaching 2 hours of stream. I realize that whether I'm whether I'm streaming or whether I'm drawing all on my own, that is nowhere written in the book of below. I'm sorry, but I think I've read the third edition, and I'm not sure if it's the most updated edition. So you'll have to forgive me if my reference isn't so caught up, mister. Partly. I partly taught Rick. But if the blame goes to somebody, it's going to be Roy. If somebody is to blame for Rick's Filipino potty mouth, it's not me. It's that other Filipino. Roy is innocent. Was it me who taught you? I may be forgetting now. Why would I forget if it's something so beautiful? So here I realized that it was you who started it and Joy took over and Roy jumped on board. I see. So I'm the pioneer in all of this. I forget. I forget. All right, I take full credit then. I blame it on my love of languages and the fact that I think, or am I just, you taught me how to properly pronounce it. If that's the case, wasn't it you who wanted to learn it? I really can't remember anymore. I apologize about this. Yeah, of course it's me who taught you how to pronounce it. I like making sure that everything is pronounced properly, whether it's English or Tagalog. But even my Tagalog sounds very American. God damn it. Ai faucets. Ai faucets. If I'm the one who taught you that without your asking me, I think it's just a welcoming that I did for you. Oh yeah, I remember now. I remember now. I told you that that's one of the first words that Filipinos will probably teach you. So that's why I taught it to you. So that you could avoid it, or at least that's the mentality that I had. So that you'd be aware if somebody was lying to you. That this is what this meant. Yeah, I remember now. That's why I taught you that. What time is it in Denmark? If it's 10 p.m. here, it's probably 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. It's somewhere around there. I'd argue in between 6 to 4 p.m. Denmark time. Ding ding ding. So, what is it? Speak. Alright. Just wins. I had the French time in mind, so I'm sorry. I was like, oh, Europe must be the French time. Congrats, Jessica. Congrats, my bubby. Time-wise, 10. Really? Huh. Is that how long I haven't spoken with anybody in France? That I've forgotten the time zone? Ah, that's why. Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, I concede. Yeah, okay. If that explains it, then okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Now that you are coming up with excuses, I might have... Yes, yes. She is, she is. Have you had lunch, good Sir Rick? Especially since it's 3 p.m. there. Forgive my misgivings on the current hour. In the place in which you reside. Tokiwa Odozora Saete You are high forces high forces. Excuse me. I will forgive you when you start accepting it is okay to ask for advice with superhero. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for help about superhero art. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Maybe call it preference that I like to investigate details on my own and approaches on my own. It's not that I don't want to. It's just fun, at least for me, to find solutions to things and approach things with my own designs. That's it. But yes, so when it comes to um when it comes to the comic book covers, I believe that I'm in the right direction, especially with my working on this and then the other characters. So it's one thing to have the line work done, but to complete everything, I truly believe that I have to color these after. But now, come on, I doubt there's anything you do not already know about it. There's something else holding you back. What do you think it is? What am I not seeing? Is it that I don't draw too much? Because I do want to get jobs in comics. I do want to have my own stories for sure. That is the ultimate goal, but I need and I want to draw established characters as well. And maybe even hopefully to work with some of the writers that I grew up reading. The lack of safety net is going all in on this. Yeah, I trust me, I really don't have a safety net. Trust me. I have the idea of a safety net. I have the possibility of a few people helping me out. I know that a few of the few people will. Yeah, I'm trying to get out of that. I hope you could see the efforts that I'm putting in. I'm trying. If the For Honor people don't recognize the work that I do, it's fine. I'm all right with that. If they come along liking the transition that I'm doing, that's wonderful. But as of the moment, I'm really trying to establish a new fan base, so in some way it's semi starting over. I hope that my recent works speak about that. Because this drawing and the absolute Batman one and the absolute Superman one and the Wonder Woman one, all of them are just starters. I still have Doomslayer to do. After I visited the comic book shop earlier, I saw some Iron Man designs that I want to modernize, and I'd like to approach it in a similar manner as this, so that when people look at my portfolio, they'll be able to see that I have a good breadth of characters, not just DC. But I think it would be amazing if I could target one specific IP. Oh yeah, you have definitely pushed yourself out of that box more and more, especially over this last year. Thank you. That's nice to hear from you, man. Yeah, I think I've really gotten landlocked with For Honor. I think that is the sad truth. And it's not really a game that has expanded. Even Marvel Rivals, I believe that in my touching it a little bit a few months ago, that has garnered a good reach. And start sharing your art more and how to draw comics. You will get thousands. I have been. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I have been posting. Almost every single post that I do on this page is sent over to there as well. And I like the direction that it's going, and I want to build on that. I want to make it better, and I want to prove my capacity, because I know that I have what it takes, and I've loitered and I've slept too much, and I don't want to die without doing anything of value. Oh, really? Why do I feel like there's a story behind this that I already am aware of, but may have drifted away from remembering? Is this because of not to name names, maybe we could talk about this in private more, but huh. Is this related to a couple of people that we both know that you used to work with and now don't work with anymore? I'm sorry if I don't fully remember. It's just been quite a while. Or if this is news to me, then this is news to me. Uh, I see, I see. Then I am not misremembering. I guess what I've come to forget is the extent of the fallout of that event. And I guess I wasn't too in the group much yet when it had happened. And maybe that's why my recollection isn't that strong. So to any of the new viewers out there, join us as we complete this drawing of Berkman. Guts of Berserk, the famed struggler with who carries the Dragon Slayer. Apologies in case I went silent really quickly there. I guess I just got hit by a few ideas that I might want to try and illustrate. My mind went into exploring the possible compositions that I could do regarding the absolute universe characters. And one thought that struck me is potentially Superman, absolute Superman, in his full costume, inside of a diner, having coffee, and it's the citizens of Smallville truly appreciating him. And they are giving him their products for free because of what he's done for them, especially in light with the recent direction of the story where he had to help protect Smallville from the Lazarus Core. So at least that's the idea. Sorry if I had to go AFK for a bit. I missed some talking. Can you start over? I don't know if that if you're joking or if you're just copying. I don't know if you're just copying the way I said things or if you're genuine about this. I was joking about the starter, but I did have to go. Would you like me to state some stuff again? I mean, I would if you needed to. If you needed to hear the stuff again, I don't know. I'm confused right now. Well, my voice is also slightly tired. I've been talking for with my mic available. I have been speaking for more than 2 hours now. It's easy because I try to take people seriously. It's called trust, you know. It's because if I and because I've been gaslit so many times in my life that I try to pay attention and not do that to people. That's why it's easy. But if I don't trust you, it's not gonna be easy. But because I trust you, well, you're playing around. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's why I'm aware that you may have that it may have been a joke, but I wanted to be concerned as well. See, if you dislike me being concerned with you, well, you'll have to live with it. Because I love my friends and I want to be concerned for my friends. 9 times out of 10, I'm being an ass. I'm aware of that. What do you do with an ass? You lick it. And that's why sometimes you are full of drool. And that's my drool. So you have to get used to that as well. I'm gonna go check on YouTube and see if there are any viewers over there. Oh, hello. There's a few viewers on YouTube. Hi. In case you've dropped by, it's nice to have you here. We are currently finishing Guts. I'm selecting his outline. That's why he looks quite red right now. And after that, I will be illustrating his cloak. And I think maybe I will add a few more heads or body parts around his feet as one of the last things to draw to close this illustration, or at least the line work part of this illustration. I could still jump in to go into shading, as I have done for my Ladies of the Edo period series. I still like that illustration, and truth be told, let's visit that illustration right now. I was so close to asking a certain someone if that was true of the ass. I honestly do not know. If you're going to ask a certain someone who is potentially in this chat, oh, yeah. So I am considering if I should complete the rendering in the same vein that I have done these. So there's a lot of painting that I did here, which I do like. It's more of a grayscale charcoal with some color fills. And it has gained a lot of appreciation and attention from people. So I'm not sure if I should do the same with this new series that I'm doing. So some characters I'd like to draw on the Marvel side is Iron Man, but not in his MCU look. I think I'd like to design based on some more classic Iron Man looks his suit. And I want to draw Daredevil and Ghost Rider. Kind of hard to do with Batman Guts, though, as they're mostly just black. That is true. That is true. Can you share your brushes? Hello, hello. Nice to have you here. I have a lot of brushes. I'm not sure if I could make them available right away. But I have shared them before on my Patreon, which I'm not currently using right now. But these are modified brushes. I have gotten them from other people as well. But the specific ones that I'm using right now, I've modified and tailored for my own purposes. So they're slightly to almost completely different to the ones to how I've gotten them from before. I could try to share them, but I cannot make any immediate promises right now since I'm paying attention to all the work that I'm doing. So I hope that answers your question right away. But for this piece, I'm primarily using two brushes. I'm going to demonstrate how those brushes work right now. So this is the first brush. It is a more pencilly brush here. Your brushes work on Clip Studio? No, I don't think they do. These are Photoshop brushes first and foremost. I have not tried if they would work on Clip Studio, so you're free. I could share them sometime, not right now. I have not tested them, so I don't know if they will work. So no promises on that front. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. Glad to have you here. Thank you for dropping by on stream. If you have other friends who are into Berserk or into drawing and illustrating and any of these things, I'd love if you could share the stream so that we could have more people around. If you have any questions apart from the brushes, please just drop them here so we could have something else to talk about. All right, so it's time to do the cape. So this is the second brush now that I've demonstrated the first one. So this one is a simple, soft, round, textured brush. So this is what it looks like when you just press it as dots. There you go. So this is the second one that I will use. So this is kind of like my blended pencil brush right here. So here I already have a pre-done line work sketch for Guts's cape. So we simply have to follow these lines because I'm pretty happy with how these lines have been drawn right there. And I still have to imagine, of course, how it puffs and poofs in the wind and the places in which it's going to fold. So these are things. I do like the singular color idea you were talking about, though both Guts and Batman would share the same black color. Guts has certain parts that are brown, so maybe I could play around with that. Is this illustration, is it a cover for some book or only a free for fun? It's for my portfolio. So partly it's for fun, I enjoy doing this, but also it's a demonstration of my skills. So if ever somebody would like to have to commission me for a story similar to Berserk, then I could show this to them. Or if somebody would like to have me draw. Oh, so I see that we have mutual people here. That's nice. Alright, I went quiet again. And Rick is probably going to humor me once more with how he didn't listen while I was being quiet. And how he's such an amazing friend. I'm truly satisfied with how this piece is turning out. I have some troubles on colors. I may manipulate layers and some effects. I use Clip Studio. So I cannot speak for the buttons to press for Clip Studio, but I may be able to provide some insight on how to do colors, even if we're not doing colors right now in this stream. But I do colors in my other streams, so maybe I could be of better demonstration and help in those moments. I'm also considering to uh, start a teaching service, and so if anyone is interested in that, that would be, let me know. All right, now I have now built the the base for the cape. Now to take my more pencil-like brush and finesse it through. So for the cape, it's a good thing that I don't have to spend too much time with the render, because it's in the back and it's mostly black. So that's, I'll take the advantage of that. Do you be a part to DC or Marvel? Do I want to be a part of DC or Marvel? Yes. If it's possible, I'd like to be able to work with some of their stories. And I would consider myself blessed if such a goal arrives at my doorstep. If such an opportunity arrives at my doorstep. I believe that I have much to offer when it comes to the illustration of such. So for this part, we should spend more time focusing on these little strips, these tears at the bottom of his cape, and so that we don't have to spend too much time over rendering. Same thing here. Like so. Without losing shape as well. Excuse me. Whoopsie daisy. How does one get a job at DC or Marvel these days? Give me some tips. I don't know. I don't know. I all I know is that you have to put yourself out there, as I'm trying to do right now. And there are portfolio submissions and applications. So sometimes editors from Marvel or DC would visit conventions, and then it would be best to submit for that, and then see if the editors will get back to you. That's it. That's what I'm aware of. I think you misunderstood Lee. He does not work for them. He wants to though. Yes, I do not work for Marvel or DC. So I'll say that again. I don't work for Marvel or DC. I want to work for Marvel and DC. Okay? So that's a big difference. So I'm not claiming to work for Marvel or DC. I don't draw for Marvel. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So as much as I would love to give tips, that's the extent of my knowledge. I think it would help if you would watch interviews from established artists as to how they got their work. I think Peach Momoko has a lot of good videos on how she got started. So that's something that would be nice for you to look into. Whatever wisdom those interviews may provide, I think that's a good step in the right direction. But as for my end, all the tips that I could provide are technical related. It's how to draw all of these things. But the business side of it, the getting eyes on you, attracting the attention of studios. I've gotten work from private clients, a lot of them. That's how I've been able to sustain my business. I've done indie comics before as well, but beyond that, it's not my threshold. Maybe one day that will change. So if there is an invisible editor watching this or soon may probably watch this, I send my regards, and I would like to work with you guys. Whether it's Boom Studios or Image Comics, yeah, I'd like to work with you guys and see what happens. Tears won't die, tears in our eyes. You've got to hold your head up high. I am singing a Filipino song. Time won't know, everyone knows. Let the pain fade away. All right. We have our cape. We must select our cape before we start to shade our cape a little more. Why is this Spider-Man 3 theme suddenly playing in my head? The Sandman theme. Da -da 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 -da. No, no, no. It's this. It's the Venom theme. Da -da 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 -da. Da -da 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 -da. Da -da 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 -da. Da -da 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 -da. I'm happy. Now our minds are intertwined with a single melody from the third film of Spider-Man. Right, my back is starting to hurt because I have been seated for nearly 3 hours now, and I'm growing old. Excuse me. Au revoir, Shoshana. Why my back really hurts. There we go. Nice. Nice. Yay. Oh, yay. Go take a small walk around your apartment. Oh, that's true. That's true. I think I'll walk around in by 3 hours. I really want to detail this more. Ah. So here, to the people still around, I'm going to give a quick demonstration on how to do some of my hatching and texturing. So it often just is a combination of different layers that you want to try and string together. And to do it organically, you want to copy some previous some previous line work that you've done, some previous etching that you've done, and then combine it with some new ones, some fresh ones. And then so that it doesn't look like a copy paste, or after you do copy paste it, you remold some of those parts. You reshape some of those parts. And then you draw new ones again. So the human mind is very fast at picking up patterns. And so in this case, try to shake it up a little bit. And then add in sections while still considering the flow of where you're going to put this in. There you go. And once we stack it here, it starts to work. Now the thing is, how do we duplicate this and make it appear as though it's part of the same thing? So in this case, we elongate it, and then we take the other one and just use it to fill up some sections, the tips, so to speak, and then the areas where it would blend in rather than go counter to it, right? Then we do that again over here on the other side. We reshift it, and so that we're still shaping it in such a way that it looks like a cape, right? We still should have that in mind. And then we do the erase again. We add it to the parts where it wasn't there before, and we just start bringing it back. We're using a masking tool for this. There you go. Then we remerge that again, and then just do it ad infinitum. There you go. Then for this case, I think we could start to make it as though it billows, okay, not billows, billows, and then changes shape a little bit. So in this case, this is the one that, oh my god. Oh my god. There you go. Oh, I merged it with the wrong thing. There you go. Alright. So we kind of want to multiply this. So we shrink it. We duplicate it. Add it to the lower section. Widen that lower section. Again, so it doesn't appear to be the same thing that you just copied and pasted. Try to have it match. There you go. Why don't we hide guts really quickly? Let's hide that really quickly. So it kind of looks like hair, but that's fine. So we invert this, turn this off, and we bring it back. There you go. We bring it back. It's like the Prestige. And this one, we tighten so that it kind of creates this effect of it being fabric, more like fabric, less like hair. There you go. And then we do it again over here, and we do the magic of mask again. Add it to the parts where we see fit, and then add it to the parts where we see fit once more. So within a short amount of time, we've been able to create a texture to work with. A texture that I hope gets to do the job of managing Guts's cape without spending too much time drawing every single piece and thinking in a larger scale. And I would argue that this is the benefit of digital, while still being able to wield things accordingly, and that things are still our own. So we bring back the cape, we bring Guts back, and then now we add the cape texture, which, voila, almost entirely fits its purpose. Then we just squeeze how we have to squeeze. Let's also create a grid, and then just fold the parts so that things align more carefully. There you go. Same thing here. Let's redirect the flow of things. There you go. There you go. Shift it up. Shift it up here as well. There you go. Very good. Here too. Extend that. Here as well. Whatever we can extend, let's do so. There you go. And so all of the area is covered like so. Yes. Yes. There you go. And then here as well, expand on that so that there's volume to the cape. And then what we can do is give it a selection, select the mask, select the layer underneath it, which contains the shape. And then we hit Shift 7, which is to select the opposite side of the selection. Alt F2 so that we expand the selection. Then we just simply hit delete. And now we have a good baseline of Guts's cape. There you go. Right? But the thing is, it's a little too even. So what we do is we duplicate it again, right? And then this is the one that we hide. And so we can now start to provide shading that has much more control. There you go. There you go. A much finer experience without losing track of directionality and maintaining the overall composition of the cape. So we could turn on and off the background a little bit so that we can see what's underneath. I'm not too fond of this entirely, so we're going to have to erase the other one too. And we're probably going to have to be a little more precise with some things. Because it looks a little too much. I guess this is the issue of using textures like this. It can go out of hand real quickly, and you lose sight of the original line work that you've provided, and it turns into a quick muck. So I'm gonna have to reconsider that. I liked it at first glance, but upon testing it, it's not really hitting for me as much as I expected. Let's reevaluate. What if we erase that? Look at our other works to see what we're doing, what we did correctly with that. So here we just left Batman's cape as is because we knew that we were going to paint it. Now the question for us now here is, should we do something similar? We could try. So let's go back and use our other soft brush. And then in this case, we just duplicate this, reduce the opacity, and then do the masking from this perspective. Like so. There you go. There you go. Let's see what this does. Yeah, I think I'll stick with this technique. I think this is much more informed. I think that... And then let's flip the canvas. I think this does a better job in conveying what it is that I originally wanted to convey, which is the shadows from Guts' arm and Guts' physique being shared by the cape. And let's just think that the cape really is a white color. Let's think as though we're sculpting this, as though this is still the Blender grayscale. Let's work with that. And let's not think about wanting to shade this into its complete black cloak counterpart. So yes. So let's just think about it in terms of ambient occlusion, direction of shading, flow of the space and the materials, and I think we would arrive at a much better result. There you go. There you go. I am much happier with this than what we tried to do earlier. So as much as that attempt at the texture failed, and so you might think that that was just completely kaput and that was a terrible attempt. It kind of was. But the technique in itself is not without merit. Because if you would look behind Guts and look at his Dragon Slayer, I built that texture using that same technique. So it is not without merit. So there are some applications to it. It would just depend on what you're trying to apply things to, I guess. I think that's the better way of looking at things. There you go. All right. I'm quite happy with this. I truly am. And then here, I think that we could give it a shadow pass. Just to separate Guts further from his cape without it being too oppressive or diminishing the details that we have already designated into the space. There you go. So let's see what would happen if we darken the background. Check if the character still reads well. I think he does. I think he very much does. Yeah, he does. Wow. Wow, I'm happy with how this is turning out. I feel a good kind of tiredness. You know that feeling when you feel like Cody's in the YouTube chat. Oh, thank you for bringing that up. Yo, Cody. Nice to see you around here, buddy. Thanks for dropping by, man. I got too much into the zone of drawing this that I forgot to check the YouTube stream. So I greatly apologize in case your message was had been left earlier. So thanks for dropping by, man. Thank you. I'm happy to have you here. Oh. Right, truly, my back is killing me now. All right, so let's go back and grab our other pencil, the fine liner pencil, so that we could have more clarity in some parts, because I think that is what's diminishing the overall sketch that we've already done. And that's bad to take note when we've spent a lot of time figuring that out and we have to put it to waste, which we don't want to do. And so we must bring back some of that detail. There you go. Guess who's back? Noticed you were live and decided to listen along while studying. No big deal, man. It's an art stream. It goes that way. Nailed the texture on the sword. Thank you. Thank you. How long have you been on stream? And thank you for being understanding. He got both FB and YouTube running, so he got to switch between those two while also make sure to keep talking, doing art. Yeah. I perhaps may be a masochist. Although I prefer to be a sadist. Oh, that sounds so terrible. That sounds so wrong. Oh, that is so wrong. Just a couple of minutes, woke up, took the dog out, made some coffee, and sat down to work. Oh. Sounds like a lovely morning, man. Good morning to you. What time is it back there? It's currently 11:16 p.m. right here. I started streaming at around 8 p.m. my time. So I'm glad to hear that you seem to be having a good start to the day. I hope that it is a good day. If it's not, I hope that it will be a good day. Received a lot of good feedback on my portfolio yesterday from Dan Warren. He wants me to stop painting entirely and only do life work for a good long while, so it's a lot of drawing reps for me. That's awesome. That's awesome. 10 a.m., cold as shit outside. Who's Dan Warren, if it's okay to ask? The name sounds familiar. And what is life work? I'm not. I think I understand, but I'd like to have more clarity rather than assuming meaning. Proud of you. Congrats. Sounds like a good thing. I hope it's a good thing. A line work. Oh. I was like, life work. Is he telling you to go back to a regular job? I was like, oh, but I don't think that's what that means. I got confused back there, buddy. Another career illustrator. Oh, that's awesome. Dan Warren. Dan Warren. I know that I know this name. Oh, yeah. I have seen his work. Is it Dan Warren Johnson? He is Dave Raposa's best friend. One thing that made me pretty excited is he last saw my work exactly 1 year ago. This time he mentioned I'm very close to working professionally. There's two. Oh, I see, I see, I see. If it's all right to ask, by how were you able to get your work shown? If it's all right. Oh, thanks, man. Do your daily plank. Let me check it out then. Oh. Oh, that's good. Oh my God, that is good. Ah, I see, I see. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It's not easy to be me. I can't stand life. Just dropped portfolio on the channel and asked if he had a moment to review. Gave him a little excerpt of what I would like to do eventually so he could critique based on my goals. That's fantastic. Sounds like you're finding your direction every passing day, man. That's awesome. Good job. I hope you get more clients over time. You have exceptional work, and with every piece that you do, it's just getting tighter and tighter, and your techniques get better and better. It's funny, Rick, because you keep comparing me to Dave, and he told me specifically that my stuff is what Dave likes to do. I need to be looking at him. Well, I guess that's a good direction then. And away, home I will never see. It may sound absurd, but don't be naive. Even heroes have rather dream, or maybe disturbed. Don't you concede? Even heroes have rather dream bleed inside of me, inside of me, inside of me, inside of me. I'm only a man in a funny red sheet. Only a man looking for a dream. I'm trying. I think everybody is trying. Just different ways and different directions and different periods. It's not easy. Ah, I think I think this is looking pretty good. And succeeding, and just keep doing. You are now in a more safe place to be able to breathe more and stress less and just keep the discipline going. What made you want to draw? Well, I've been drawing since I was a kid. I've always been fascinated with characters. Started drawing Ultraman, Godzilla, and then I promptly shifted to superheroes. Lots of superheroes growing up. And then I started to create my own characters with my brother. A lot of them, but we've put that on hold for now. Recently, over these past 7 years, I've been writing my own stories, and I want to tell stories. That's what makes me want to draw, and the fact that I can visualize my stories as well. So I think that it's not, since I know that I'm capable of drawing, I don't want to pass the responsibility of the visuals to somebody else. I know that I can do it, so I want to do it. But I know that it will take time and effort and a lot of time. I think so, Rick. I have a lot of experience and practice behind me. When I study now, I have an idea what I'm doing. So glad to hear that you're now at a point where you can see it yourself as well. You can lower your shoulders a bit. Yeah. Just don't get lazy. True. And I know that it's being said to you, Cody, but I'll take Rick's wisdom as well. I think I get lazy sometimes and I don't want to do that. We're very similar. I was going to be a fiction writer for years. I decided I wasn't as good as writing, so in my late 20s I abandoned writing and focused on the art. I see, I see. What kind of stories do you want to tell? Or if not stories anymore, at least what kind of concepts or worlds would you like to dabble in once you're given the opportunity to do so? I'm only a man in a silly red sheet. It's not easy. Ooh. Dun, dun, dun. You're both similar with this. You're both at the pinnacle of potentially becoming what you want. You have the skill to be there, now you just need to direct your works properly. Just do not stress control, or it can end bad. I know it's not visible, but I'm nodding my head in agreement. Thank you. That was nice to hear. Digging for kryptonite on this one-way street. Only a man in a silly red sheet. It's not easy. Ooh. I'm still writing in my head. The story I've been sitting on for the last 4 years is based on where ancient Egypt would eventually be before recorded time when it was still green and less desert. Interesting. Interesting. The concept of very advanced societies similar to ours existing and getting completely erased. Hmm. I've been watching a lot about such concepts and how they could have truly existed, and we've just covered a lot of it. Or at least we don't want to accept that that is a true possibility. Mm. If ever you get that published or anything, I'd be happy to read that, man. A quick tangent to the people watching. I'm looking for another person to put around Guts's feet, or at least a body part of that person. And I'm thinking it should be from Berserk. The amount of shit just buried in the sand that they don't excavate or build over top of is criminal. That is true. That's true. There's so much we don't know about this world that we live in. Oh, I could put Rosine. Okay, that's one idea. Who else? Yeah, I'd love to be able to do work for Marvel or DC, any one of those. That's uh that's one of the reasons I'm drawing this. Is hopefully that people get to put Nosferatu Zod, but Nosferatu Zod is still alive. Kafka from Berserk? Kafka, or do you mean Casca? Bane is a pair of eyes. Yeah, Nosferatu Zod, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you got me there. Yeah. Okay. You got me. You got me. You got me on a technicality. Fuck you. God damn it, Rick. Where do I put him? Void. Oh. Oh, interesting. If it's. Huh. Casca, thank you. Can you tell all I know of Berserks from YouTube videos? It's also Casca with a C. But yeah, no problem. Dude, get into it. It's amazing. Uh it's I'm a guy who also what do you call that? I'm a guy who digests media via YouTube. I do that as well, so I relate with you. But it's Berserk is something else. When you read it and spend time with the pages and you're flipping through it, it's amazing, man. And it's had an effect on me, that whenever I pick it up and read it, it inspires me to draw more. And so if we have that similarity, maybe you could pick it up too, and it'll just set your ass on fire, and it will just make you want to draw. Chainsaw Man is a good one, or Fire Punch. Those are things that I would heavily recommend if you are a Berserk fan. I'm just out to find a better part. I love the drama of you read Fire Punch. Oh my god! So few of us have read Fire Punch. Oh, dude, same. I love tragedies, especially if they're written well. If they're not self-indulgent. If the drama makes sense. If oh damn, interesting. I'm only man in a funny red sheet, begging for kryptonite. It's one way. I'm only a man in a silly red sheet, and it's not easy. Ooh, it's not easy to be me. I can't stand to fly. I'm not that nice. Man. I tried Chainsaw Man, but I couldn't get through episode 3. I know that it's niche, it's a cliche thing to say, but I would recommend reading the manga versus watching the anime. I love the anime, but there's something different about the manga. Better part of me. I'm only a man in a silly red sheet, digging for kryptonite. It's one, the silly red sheet. It's not easy. Yes, exactly. It's too easy to do drama for drama's sake, and the reader never gets a moment to breathe, which can be a good technique, but for a moment, not for the entire story. A Fire Punch cover would be dope. Ah, you're making me want to draw that. Agni and what's the Ice Queen's witch's name? And then who's the director? Oh my god, it's been a while since I last read this. It's really rare to find someone who has read or even has heard of Fire Punch. So that is a welcome and happy surprise. So to the Facebook viewers, if there are still Facebook viewers, we're currently conversing over on YouTube right now. Just in case a lot of the questions on where the topics are coming from emerges. The unhinged creativity behind that story is something I just don't think I have. Wish I did because it's. I think that's what makes Fire Punch truly difficult to get into. Is if you're not ready to receive what God Lord Fujimoto is gonna throw in your face, you're gonna have a sick stomach. Is what you're gonna have. Is that what I am hearing? Both of you doing a Fire Punch cover for the fun of doing it? I think after this, or in between these works that I'm doing, I think I might do my own take on Fire Punch. I'm not sure how yet. or which characters I'm gonna be working on. But yeah, it's an idea. The only thing that's preventing me from wanting to jump on it right away is because Fire Punch is quite niche. So if we're talking portfolio, not a lot of people recognize it, and it's not its reach isn't that big. Let's just say I could do that as long as it's all line work. I had my paints taken away. Fair, fair, fair. Excuse me. And away. So I'm now drawing Nosferatu, Zod's monstrous face at the advice of a certain Rick Boulot. Oh, that's so cute. How old is your nephew? You know, it'd be cool if you left it as a clean line work for him to color. I'll do both and have it printed. At least it's not your child. If you forget your child's age, I think that's a much shittier thing than your nephews. What do I know? I don't have nephews or children. Oh, this is gonna be a pain to draw. All this hair. Oh well. Good challenge. If I'm silent still here, just typing in between head studies. Hey, don't worry about it, man. The fact that you've dropped by and said hi and really part of the stream right now, thank you. I truly wonder how Berserk will end. Highly doubt it will end in a happily ever after. The artist taking over must feel. Yeah, I feel for them. That's why even though I don't agree with some of the artistic directions that they've taken, I have nothing but mad respect for those people. Truly. It is not an easy task. That's true, at least they have direction. Depends on the kind of happy direction. To tie it back to what we talked about regarding drama, if it's suddenly happy for no reason, then it's gonna be one of the worst things to ever happen to Berserk. It will sense, to say the least. So it still has to. There has to be a great why, followed by a great how. Because even if the reason for the ending is amazing, but then let's say it should be a short ending, but then they stretch it too far, or it's an ending that requires more time to cook, and then they end it abruptly, well, it's going to affect the story. Oh, that's true. That's true. I hope that after Berserk is said and done, these Studio Gaga, the artists at Studio Gaga, I hope that they find their own work. The same way with Fujimoto's assistants having found their own stories to tell. And I hope that however the ending of Berserk goes, that these artists are still respected. That's my hope for them. Only man in a silly red sheet, begging for kryptonite. This one-way street in a silly red sheet. It's not easy. Okay, so I have the head. Have Nosferatu. I was gonna say guts. What the hell? I have Nosferatu Zod's head. I wonder if Guts will be able to cut Zod's head off. Like, if given the opportunity, will it be possible for him to do so? What are your thoughts on how this is looking? I will greatly appreciate any comments while I'm still working on it. How can I adjust the face if I need to? Or the angle? No, the angle is fine. I wanna stick with the angle. It's the face that I wanna be sure of. I keep treating the eyebrows as a hard line. It's part of the bone structure instead of something that sits on top of the eye socket. I need to draw in the socket and they arch the eye. What? Are you referring to your head studies? Oh, thank you. It's not rendered yet. It's not fully rendered yet. I even had to set up the proportions to make sure that it's aligned with everything else around the perspective. But the thing is, I think I would like him to be here. But it's too much. If it's here, it's blocking the way. That T-zone where the nose bridge meets, that has always tripped me. I'm not understanding. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Should I put it here? here or in front. If I put it in front, it's gonna cover the... Huh. Should I put it like this? Yeah, this is a good option. But I kind of don't want to cover the feet here. But it's starting to be the only option. Oh well. Why can't I get married to Anne Hathaway? I don't know, dude. I don't know. If I had a contact to her, I would. But I'd like to get Christopher Nolan's contact first, and then only Anne Hathaway's. Oh, no, no, no. Christopher Nolan first, probably. Afterwards, Tom Hardy. And then afterwards, Gary Oldman. Afterwards, probably Anne Hathaway. Dude, the Odyssey is gonna be nuts. Oh, yes. You'd have to fight Adam Shulman in Mortal Kombat for a hand, I believe. The confidence is inspiring. This Nosferatu head is bumming up my composition. Oh my god. I kind of want to see Michael Fassbender in a Nolan film. He's one of my favorite actors, man. Hey, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying. Right. Let's zoom out. Let's test if it's working or not. I could also do this and just replace Bane with Zod. Or what if we put it in the background? What would happen? It has to be here on the side, though. Or I could keep it as a separate layer for now and figure things out after. What if we move Berkman? Oh, there you go. It's a centering thing. Okay. That works. Maybe the head's circling him, unless you planned that already. Circling him? What do you mean? What do you mean by circling him? Brand drawn in the dirt at his feet could be cool. That's a good idea, but I think that's gonna feel too much like a toy, you know, like a Hot Toys. It's gonna be a little too Hot Toys adjacent. It's like it'll act like what do you call that? As a stand more than anything. Oh yeah, this works. And then let's change it to white. Yeah, this works. Yep. Yuppity yup, yup, yup. Him standing in the center, heads placed around him. Heads placed around him. You mean many heads. Dude, I'm trying to speed up the process. You're gonna make me add more heads. I'd love to, but I also have Absolute Superman and Absolute Wonder Woman to draw. And he's going to, if you're watching the stream, he's going to fit here. So that's something that I am considering. So I think for now, we're going to stick with this. And we're going to call Guts finished. I think we can happily call Guts finished. Let's go back to check our Batman. Open recent, absolute Batman. Digging for kryptonite. When in doubt, triple the elements. Okay, that's impressive. Impressive, not gonna lie. I'm not even joking. And I do not mean this sarcastically at all. That's... Oh, I never thought about it that way. Interesting. for Kryptina. This one. I need to learn to self-edit. Oh, me too. Me too. Despite me showing contentment and happiness for the things that I already am able to do, there's still a huge part of me that always screams out that you're not doing enough. You know, like there's still a lot that you should be working on and things like that. I guess that's just how my brain works. And it can get infuriating and frustrating. And sometimes you just want to shut down those voices, but you can't. Weird request. What is the request? Special things inside of me. Inside of me. Inside of me. Would you be comfortable posting the Wonder Woman lines in chord for me to stare at? I need to learn to draw in more of an appealing way, and the lines there are catching my attention. Yeah. Hey, give me a few seconds. I'm not sure if I saved the Wonder Woman in JPEG. Alright, here. Let me just change the color profile because it's in a working profile. The file exceeds the limit. God damn it. I think I'll just take screenshots because Discord is not allowing the full file to be sent. I'll just send it in different zooms. put it up in whip. So I hope that helps. Inside of me, funny red sheet, digging for kryptonite on this one way. I'm only a man, silly red sheet, and it's not easy. Ooh. It's not easy. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. Happy to help. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun. I can't stand. I'm not that nice. I'm just out to find the better part of me. I'm only a man in a funny red sheet, digging for kryptonite. It's one-way street, only man in a silly red sheet. It's not easy. Ooh. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. I gotta duplicate this. There you go. And then create a new selection. Gray. There you go. That's the gray. And then this, the cape. And then the black. There you go. There you go. So now we have Batman and Guts. Bad habit of not rounding the eyes properly. Leaning too heavily on the symbol of an eye than what an eye actually is. You did that well with her. Thank you. Whenever I draw eyes, I hold on to every single feature that I could. The eyelashes, the way the eye folds, if it's an Asian or if it's a Caucasian. So all of these things matter to me. So I'm thank you for noticing that. I think so many things in art, if not every single thing, comes down to one answer. People, me, get caught up in asking how, and almost every single time the answer is simply draw more, do more. That's true. I would admit that I think that also applies to me. There are a lot of times I look at somebody else's work and I'm like, "Oh my god, that is so amazing. That's so absolutely like Kim Jong-gi. Dude, that guy is just I think everybody praises Kim Jong-gi with just how amazing that guy is. But then when you study his work, it's just all about going back to the fundamentals, knowing where your perspective is, where your horizon line is, and just doing the fucking drawing. Just doing the fucking work. That's all it is. And then people express how no, that's impossible. I'll never get to Kim Jong-gi's level. Oh, first things first, have you ever, and I'm also talking to myself here, have you ever tried even at least considering where the horizon line is? I think that would be a start. Oh, that's true. Most people are seeking a shortcut. Hey, why are you exposing our secrets, huh? Why are you doing that, huh? Truth is, there is no shortcut. I think the shortcut only arrives to you after such a long time, and it's not really a shortcut, it's efficiency. You end up simply becoming more and more efficient at what you do. You simply learn to figure out what you should not be sketching repeatedly, and then just jumping straight into it. You stop using guidelines anymore because it's in your head, it's in your mind, you could imagine it. I think that's the only difference. That's the shortcut. That's the key, if there's a key, so to speak. One thing that's gotten me to draw more these past few days is yeah, just sitting down and drawing. Exactly what you said. It's it's remembering that I have the capacity to draw, and if I don't sit down to do it, I'm taking away that privilege that a lot of people actually look for and wish to have. That a lot of other people, and I hope that this does not sound like I'm bragging, but a lot of people wish to only at least even understand how to draw, and meanwhile I am here with the capacity that I do, and I still have a lot to learn, and then I'm not using it. I'm not pushing myself. And I think that's what's gotten me to get up the past few days and just keep at it. Kim is the result of raw talent and what happens when somebody actually masters the fundamentals to the point where it is running in the background. People see the final part of an artist's journey and then instantly think that this is where their own journey would start, and then when they realize that the journey is hard, they start doubting themselves. That is true. That is true. All of that is true. I think when we say raw talent, and not to diminish your point, but actually to emphasize it, is that it's just an extra inclination to one thing. It's just, compared to others, your interest is just really well tuned to it. But doesn't mean you're great at it right away. And I think Kim Jong-gi also, and if we watch his interviews, he also says that he wasn't a good artist at the start. He just loved to draw. That even when he was in the military, he actually ended up getting past a lot of the more difficult physical tasks because he he would draw for the officers. What a scum. And that's how he got past them. He used his drawing to do that. One quote is I really like is having the capacity for greatness and wasting it is an insult to everybody. Yeah, yeah. I think you were able to phrase my thoughts more coherently. Yes. Thinking the artists they look up to are cheating some way, using different brushes and think they want to get that. Oh, that's true. Brushes can only do so much. You could I've done this before. I've gotten other people's brushes and I was like, why is this not working? And it's working for them. And then I realized it's how they hold the brush, it's how they tackle small lines, it's how they use big lines, and so on and so forth. Yes, I've always believed talent is just an inclination towards something you are naturally interested in. Yeah. And I think what really magnifies talent is how close you are to being able to uh, hone that talent. Let's say Mozart. I'm sure that there are a lot of Mozarts that are born everywhere, and then when they get to touch a piano, they're like, oh, this is something that I'm really interested in. But then as they move on through life, they realize that a piano costs a few $1,000s, that their parents don't want to buy a piano for them, and that when they try to play the piano, any fault that they have is immediately criticized. And so that inclination is shot down right away. And that's why that Mozart never comes to be. He never comes to be that person. The thing about brushes, which Dave commented on, and I agree, is that they do not matter until they do. If you know what they're doing, the brushes matter. If you're still learning, a brush won't fix. Yeah. Amen. Amen and amen. It's funny how when you visit almost every artist's YouTube channel, everybody goes there and just, oh, what brush did you use? What brush did you use? It's almost funny because the moment they purchase or download the brush, that's it. They don't do anything anymore. That's the end of their journey, and then they call it a day. If you do not know what you're doing, then how would you know how that brush works? True. Very true. Purchasing brushes or canvas or courses and the act of doing that fulfilling I did it feeling, but never actually doing anything. I think it's the same with going to the bookstore and then buying a book, and then you just add it to your shelf. I'm partly guilty of this. And then you say, "Wow, amazing! I read." No, you didn't. You just picked up a book and thought and spent money, and now you've lost money, and now you don't want to read the book. So who's at the loss here? Yo, sick art, dude. Thank you. Thanks for dropping by. So right now, I'm just polishing up Batman a little bit. Welcome, welcome. Uh, we have other artists in the chat. Say hi to them as well. They're all great friends. So if you're an artist, if you're drawing, come and join us. Yes, sir. Do you also enjoy drawing? RLVRT is a great source of information when it comes to watching and learning. Thank you, man. That means a lot. Haven't been so much into art lately. Got swamped with work, but I've got some free time now, so trying to get back to it. Well, it's never too late. Never too late. It's always good to find that spark again. Yes, yes. I've been drawing Guts and Absolute Batman, and I'm pairing them all up. So I hope that you'll find it exciting when I get to combine them all together. So right now we are creating a texture patch because I think I'd like to try and shade Batman a little bit with some textures. I'm creating a square right now with these. I'm not creating a symbol. It looks like I'm creating a very specific symbol. I am not. All right. So this is what we'll be putting over Batman, at least the black parts. Do you stream regularly? I'm trying to. I think I've been quite consistent over the past 2 weeks. I've been streaming for quite a long time. Like, this is my, here on YouTube, this is my 152nd stream. So that's, I would say that that's a lot. But yeah, and I'm trying to figure out a schedule too. So there's a huge chance that I'll be streaming at around this time. I've been streaming for 4 hours now, and I'm trying to figure out what is best. And it seems that a lot of people are awake during because it's currently nighttime right now, It's 12:34 a.m. here. So yeah, I'm trying to figure those things out. We shall see. We shall see. I hope that answers the question. Thank you. Thank you. So I thought you were French for a second. Oh, I do speak it, not as fluent as I'd like, but yeah, that's why my name is my artist name is what it is because I studied French since high school, and I've come to have a fascination for the language, and I could read it, speak it. I not as fluent again. So here we are rebuilding, and then we erase uh, one and we bring back the other. And I think this is a pretty huge patch right now. I think this is good. It covers things up. And I think we should just duplicate it. There you go, so that the hatching is clearer. There you go. And we can focus on the face first. So what we can do is we have our selection already, which is for the blacks. Oops, my bad. That's for a different one. Oh my god. Let's just return this guy back to where he originally belongs to. There you go. And then reselect the things that we have to select. There you go. And with that in mind, then we can move that. Make it larger, I would say. There you go. Duplicate that thing. Move it where it has to be. Should I? God, I'm being so confused right now. Should I still? God damn it. Or should I stick with this? Because Guts is quite rendered, but then Bats is also rendered. He's reading quite well. The only problem is that his lines aren't as polished as Guts, and it's scratching at my brain. I know to some people it may not be too evident, and they'll appreciate it for what it is right now. It's just that the artist brain in me is like telling me that or maybe I should just be satisfied. Okay, let's do that. Let's be satisfied. All right. Yeah, let's be satisfied. So we have black masks mask. So how do we combine this together? So we have these A3s. Excuse me. Let's create a new page. And this is where we put things together. There you go. And then we take Absolute Batman. We put him here. So it looks like we're just duplicating shit. But yeah, we are. But we're actually composing something. And then we set up our 4x5. If everything will be painted and you trust that the quality of the lines currently will result in a good painting, maybe don't worry about that and focus on cleaner lines for additional element. Well, that's fair, that's fair. But the thing is, I'm preparing something for posting. So I know that everything will be colored later down the line, but I also want to make it look pleasant for the people who are appreciating it for its black and white preview. I'm also illustrating these right now as an addition to my portfolio, so that when somebody approaches me and wants to hire me and they're looking for somebody who knows how to paint, I could deliver on that. And if they're looking for somebody who knows how to draw and to do line work, I could also safely deliver on that. So that's what I'm doing right now. 5x4. So here I am creating a canvas in which we will have reside our Bruce and our Berkman. There you go. Right, it's looking a little lacking, and that's fine. What we're gonna do is move it there, and then we take the other sheet of paper and move it there. Flip it, and so we have voila, voila. And here we erase the seam so that it blends together, so it looks as though it's just one beautiful sheet of paper. And then we take Berkman, and then we duplicate Berkman into here. So now we have two characters standing side by side. There you go. So we could lift this up, and the goal is to balance it out. So I think we should merge this and then merge this so that they would come to intersect with each other, have them stand next to each other. Also, Bruce Wayne is 6'9", Guts is 6'8". So in some weird way, this new Batman is taller than Guts. It's amazing. So I don't know if we should put them side by side like this or side by side the other way around. Maybe like this. And in that way, we could then shift. There you go. There you go. Group that together. Create a new layer that would landlock everything. There you go. And this will simply act as a centering technique for the rest of the image. There you go. Oops, my bad. There you go. So with that in mind, I think I would happily bring back our Nosferatu Zod sketch, and that is when we could render it here. Or behind, I think is better. Here. There you go. There you go. And then let's move that into the group so that we could collectively get the group and then center it far cleaner. There you go. And then to test it out, one thing I love to do is to flip the entire canvas to see if it's balanced. And I very much think it is. And now we could change this into red so that we could draw over it. So let's just reduce the opacity. And then now we could commit to rendering. Oops, what happened there? Nice triangle between the heads on the background. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy you noticed that. What has happened here, dare I say? Oops. So here we have Nosferatu Zod's head. So we zoom it in. I'm gonna save this as Guts absolute work Batman. Okay, my OBS. And we can now save the Batman file because I'm pretty satisfied with it. And I could save the Guts file because I'm also pretty satisfied with it. So that, and I think I will close Photoshop really quickly because I have been drawing for 4+ hours now, and we don't want the software to crash. So one thing we have to remember when we're working digitally is that our canvas can suddenly shut down. It depends on the amount of memory you have. Good thing I have 38 gigs of memory, and I have an RTX 3060 Ti, so that helps a lot. And I have 4 terabytes of storage, so I'm not flexing, maybe. But what I'm trying to do is express the need for good hardware if you're going to do digital work, and sometimes we forget about that. Alright, we are back. Time to draw Nosferatu Guts. I mean Nosferatu Zod. Okay, so here we have the head, and we have the features pretty much present. So what we can do is I'm going to duplicate the head. So we have the red layer, and then we have the black and white layer. So with the black and white layer, we could use we could actually use this as a jumping point right away. So the thing with because Zod is technically a lion, he has the face of a lion. Uh, it's like a, what do you call it? A lion bull. At least that's what his face kind of looks like. So the thing is with predators' eyes is that they look forward. They're not like you think adding line variation is cheating when it comes to strictly line art. Does he mean literally only lines, or can I add some dimension as long as it doesn't paint? What is it? Wait. Let me read that again. You think adding line variation is cheating when it comes to strictly the art? Does he mean literally only lines, or can I add some? Yeah, I think you can add some dimension, because if you stick to a single width for your pen, that's kind of going to be the death of you. Yes, Shang Tsung has passed away. It was terrible news. I thought it was a meme at first, when they put black and white sometimes on things, but turns out that this is really the true thing that's happened. Damn, I'm looking at a dead lion's face right now, like a real dead lion's face. Yeah, so returning to your question, Cody, like I could technically do this image with just this width of the brush, and I'm currently at 65 pixels here. But was feeling a bit handicapped with the uniform line width. One thing I think to help break away from that thought is, even when we do line work traditionally with either charcoal, graphite, or pens, we still use different pens sometimes, and we tilt our pencil, or if we're using a brush pen, we put different pressures on it. So I think that is also what what he meant, if I'm understanding it correctly. Let's make this a little dramatic and add a tear in Nosferatu's eyes, because he has finally been given a good battle. Hello, hello, hello? Am I cutting off? Hello? Please let me know if you guys are still picking up the stream. Oh, I see. I haven't changed anything in the settings. Uh, one thing I've come to realize, and again, I'm not sure if this is going to be the best direction for Studio Gaga, but I think they're emulate uh, Kentaro Miura's style, and I think it's to their detriment. And especially since I've seen a lot of edits over online where people are like, "Oh, I changed the proportions on guts and so on and so forth because the proportions are wrong," and then the person who tried to make the correction gets attacked viciously when when the intent was really just to showcase something. And I understand that the word fix can carry a lot of weight, but I think Studio Gaga is developing in partially maybe a mistaken direction. Instead of pushing themselves to find maybe a new visual language for Berserk, something that would elevate the story, which is admittedly hard to do, and of and I don't necessarily know what it feels like to have that burden. I even just thinking about it, I'm terrified. So I don't want my statement to be misplaced or anything. But it's just a thought. I'm gonna rest my hand a little bit and not for 2 hours, maybe just 5 minutes, because I've been drawing for nearly 5 hours now. I've also been speaking for nearly 5 hours now, if not a full 5 hours. No, 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 no. I don't want to take an early night. I want to finish Zod. I want to render him properly. I'm only going to close the night once I've gotten to post this. So that I could focus on something else tomorrow. I need to do that. So right now I'm just going to rest my hand a little bit. Maybe get some food. I'll walk a little bit. I'll be back in less than 20 minutes. I'm so excited for this that I'm not even feeling sleepy. Damn, I need to refill my water. It's almost gone. Take the jitters, man. Take the jitters. Got get some more humanity in the drawing. Shake your ass hand. I got some Jack Daniels here. Oh no, Johnny Walker. I got some Johnny Walker here. have not fallen asleep. It's just that my coffee's empty, and I'm gonna go downstairs and I'm gonna grab another glass. Behold, good citizens, I have returned. I apologize for taking a while. To those who may have thought that my stream had just gone abrupt, I hope it hasn't. Has it gone? Has it stopped? What has happened? I'm so confused as to what is going on. I'm speaking into... Yes, and I had sent updates to the Discord that I had gotten some coffee. Thank you. All right, back to work. I got a large, so that... Guys, hello. How are things? It's the closest one open, dude. All of the other cafes had already closed at this hour. It's already 1:30 a.m. And the other cafes that are still open are much farther away. They're probably 20 to 30 minutes away if you walk it. And I wanted to get back as soon as I could. And here we are. On my third head study, 2 girls and a demon guy. Gotta mix it up. That sounds like a bad video from the early 2000s. 2 girls and 1 demon. Why does it sound like they're gonna be doing something with that demon? Now the question is, what is the shape of the demon? Perhaps a bottle? Hey, don't damn it me. Damn it the guy who brought up the proposition. Okay, that got a good chuckle out of me. A good one, Cody, a good one. So, am I understanding this correctly, that they're all just standing for, to be references and nothing more? That's a good point. They are studies after all. You don't need to fully copy everything. Yes, exactly. especially if you're doing line work. You don't want to spend too much time over rendering everything that you tunnel vision into that one illustration. Rick is going on mute so that he could look up two girls and one demon guy. Excuse me. You strike me as somebody who may have enjoyed Destiny before it went to shit. Did you ever play? Sadly, no. I don't think I got many good advertisements of Destiny when it was still in its peak. I would just see it sometime. I think I was quite focused on because it was an online game, and we didn't have a good internet connection back then, and you couldn't really play for long hours back when Destiny was. I was still a kid, you know. I was still a teen, early adult, and so during that period, it wasn't really an option, so that's why I didn't pay attention to it. I do hear that it's got fantastic lore, at least from some people. I'm not entirely sure though. So that's just those are my thoughts on it. I'm truly not aware as to what Destiny is about, apart from the things that I just said. I know that Nathan Fillion is one of the voices. There's also that. And I think another factor is that I'm not too much of a fan of the loot grind. I think I also prefer more realistic ventures of games instead of having the, what do you call that? It's always semi infuriated me when I see damage numbers pop up overhead. So yeah, the lore is great. The majority of it is sadly found outside of the game. Yeah, so there's that as well. So yeah, I don't know much about it, so I apologize if that's all I know. So here, as we're drawing Nosferatu Zod, one would notice that I am drawing on a loose line work, not over. I'm drawing on. This is my theory behind this, why I'm doing it this way, is because Zod is a beastly character. He's got lots of fur and everything, and so polish isn't necessarily the best way to approach this guy. And so uh, my thinking is, what better way is it to leave? What better way is it in messing something up than by leaving behind remnants of an original version of it, which is the previous sketch? And that's why I'm just erasing where need be, as opposed to when I was drawing both Guts and Batman. While I was doing those, I promptly created a new layer in which to do the work. What about what other games are there? I'm thinking of first person shooters right now, and for some reason Far Cry came to mind. You ever played that? That was my childhood. Far Cry 3. God damn. Right, so to new viewers out there, we are illustrating Nosferatu Zod in his apostle form. To those who are unfamiliar, this is a character from the manga, the beloved manga Berserk. 2019 was the last one I played. Is this would this be Far Cry 5? That's fair. That's fair. If I do, I'll jump on Apex quickly. Oh, you play Apex. Nice. Who's your main? I just recently got my account back for that game. After losing it for like 2 years. I wonder if we could maybe do a few games sometime. When both of us aren't that busy. Alter. Yeah, I love it. Watson. Oh, damn, you're a fellow Watson main. Let's go. Wraith, Pathfinder, Ash mostly. Sometimes what's her face? Alter. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Damn. So I'm a Fuse main. Fuse, Caustic, Watson. Those are my top. And then sometimes I also do crypto. I like being the eyes of the team. I like being able to help navigate the battlefield. So apart from getting kills, because I think I'm quite a good navigator, I would say. I've won a lot of games because I knew how to rotate. Meanwhile, my teammates would just a lifeline too. I do a lot of lifeline because a lot of my teammates just love jumping into the action without even thinking about it. I used to be able to get up into diamond on rank, but I haven't really played in about a year and a half. I think my highest is platinum. That's my highest. But only for a short bit. People sleep Watson. Dude, a lot of people don't know how powerful Watson can be. Man. Especially in redirecting people. You could magic hand and get them to go where you want them to go. It's amazing. And it's not just helpful for going in for barricading and setting up defenses. I'd argue that it's even helpful for attacking. Because you could close off entryways and then breach accordingly. Really love baiting bang ults and dropping gen to get rid of the artillery. That's a good technique. It feels really great when you get to properly negate a gib ult. Especially in endgame. Damn, you just gotta protect your gen properly. That's it. The bad side is when your teammates don't know what they're doing and they don't know how to play with the Watson, and they end up not being able to hold your rear when you're trying to be the protective barrier for them. That's the great problem. It's also great sniping with Watson and then having a submachine gun in hand as backup, so that you could protect elevators, especially rooftop, and then get it right from there. That's a technique that I do. And so you could beam people with a sentinel, and then maybe go shift to an alternator or R99, depending on if you want to go fast or slow. It's such a, what do you call that? It's such a high learning curve kind of game. Yeah, they just drop it in the open so the anchor fails completely because it just gets shot at. That is so true. That is so true. Like a simple rock could really help Watson players so much. Yeah, yeah. You know your shit, man. You know your shit. Yeah, let's drop a few games sometime. Especially if the signal isn't that bad, because I know that you're coming from America, right? You're playing from America. Am I remembering correctly our last conversation? Yeah, that would be awesome. And I love that they've been buffing the generator and Watson overall over these past seasons. She's been getting a lot of love. Yeah, I think I should draw Apex again. The last time I drew Apex was Wraith. And I drew a meme of Fuse being admired by all of the women of Apex. That was quite a while ago. It's all good though, just be fun to jump in and mess around. I don't care if we get smoked. Oh, that's true, that's true. Yeah, I'm just worried about the ping. It's one thing not to care about getting smoked. It's another to end up with a frustrating game where you can't even run or walk, and then you'd get shot right away without your own knowledge, because the bandwidth is just really bad. So that's just something that I mean. I want to do an illustration of Imperial Hal, portrait of him, his team's logo, and 3 of his mains. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm not too familiar with the leagues, but I am familiar with Asu, and it's Timmy. They're the guys that I watch. They're my go-tos for watching gameplay, and I've learned a lot from them. And I'm still, even today, I'm still trying to master how to do the bunny hop recharge. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't, and it's just, yeah. Kind of like a player poster type deal. Dude, I second that. Not that I do it, I'm saying that I support. I think that's a very good idea. Maybe even have him interact with the with the characters instead of just having them stand together, you know? Maybe something more akin to how Riot frames their players together with the characters that they play, something like that. Maybe you'd even get some other players to want to commission something like that from you. It's a good idea. 2 seconds away from saying fuck. Perhaps after I finish this, and if we still have time, yeah. If we jump into a game right now, I'm gonna lose all momentum. And a few games is probably gonna turn into an hour or two. You sly dog. You sly dog. I love Apex, so doing something like that for the players would be cool. Yeah. That's actually one of the things that because I was an avid For Honor player a lot. I played it so much that it's probably the first game that I ever got 1,000 hours on Steam. I know that for some folks that's a small number, and then I think the second game that I got to 1,000 hours is Apex, so it's quite telling about how I love Apex as well. Yeah, no problem, man, no problem. Whether it was serious or not, yeah, we got to draw. If it was serious, I'm still game to play. If not, if we can't find a schedule later today, some other time. It's not the end of the world, unless the world ends tomorrow, and then we wouldn't be able to play, and you wouldn't be able to meet Anne Hathaway. Doesn't gotta be tonight. Oh, what time is it over there, by the way? Oh, that's true. 1,000 is still a lot. It's just that uh, the reason I brought it up is that I've met some people and I've seen some comments online that 1,000 is just butter for them. You know, it's something that is almost secondary. That they could even pump up 3,000 and above, and still that's probably average. And then all of their other games, I meant about it right now. We can still have on. Yeah, definitely. Perhaps after I get to post this, that's something that I'm looking forward to, especially to close the evening, I guess. But I do want to be able to post this first. Get this done. Um, this is Rick's fault, truth be told. If not for Rick, I would not have drawn Nosferatu's Odd. That's 1 p.m. Good. Oh, we're almost 12 hours apart. Cuz it's 1:58 a.m. here. How's the demon head? A PC. I'm PC. But I'm aware they have crossplay, right? Sure, sure. Drop it. uh let's see, let's see, let's see. Excuse me. What console are you on? Sorry, I zoned out a bit. I was focusing on how to get this right. Sold all my consoles to remove the distraction. I'm learning art. Oh, damn, I see. So your PC, I'm suspecting. A Switch and a Pro controller, so I'm on that. I see. This whiskered monster is taking a lot of time. Still doing alright with it though, for only playing here and then I'm gold 1. Whoa, nice. I haven't done ranked in a while, so if ever we do get to play later, plus I haven't played in quite a while, I might be immensely crap, but we shall see. Because I recently bought Battlefield, so that's what I've been playing. And it's got a lot of bugs, man. I'm used to having the Xbox Elite controller having buttons on the back. Oh, cool. I know how to play a few games on controller, but Apex, no way, man. No way. All right. Sounds good. Either way, sounds good. Excuse me. Apologies on the sniffles. Right, so what I'm forgetting is to clump the hair, even though this is a big ass furball of a creature. I am forgetting to clump the hair, to create organization for myself, and to remind myself that there is still directionality to the fur, despite it being, uh, despite it belonging to that of a monster. So that's why I'm struggling with trying to identify where to go, where to take my lines, although it is looking quite well right now. But there is a bit of mental gymnastics that I'm trying to pull off because I'm not guiding myself with organizing the hair. So for example here, this is something that I should have extended down like this and cut off right here. Same thing there. Cut off the hair here too. Same thing here. Let's do the ear as well. There you go. And I think that it is time to do a little bit of erasure, clean up, and a little bit of duplication so that we could guide the direction of the hair even further. Right, it's turning out quite well. It looks very much like Nosferatu Zod. Right, so let's duplicate, erase, and then bring back lines where they should be. think what this is still missing is the shading. That's why it still looks slightly off. Zod looks like a werewolf, man. Topics on Apex. We were discussing that we both shared a main, which is Watson, and we've discussed potentially playing later once I am satisfied with posting my artwork. So we'll be booting up Apex and shooting some shit. Hopefully later. Because I'm still quite caffeinated. That's okay. I just recently got my account back after it got lost because my university decided to purge all of the alumni emails. The thing is, my Apex was linked to that alumni email. And so it took me deadass 2 years before I got it back. French pop music and Demon Head. French pop music? What are we talking about? What? I'm a bit confused there, Cody. Oh, you're listening to it. I see, I see. Do you speak French by any chance? He barely speaks English. Rick Bulow strikes again. Oh, so that's the thing. That's the head sculpt that I was missing. There you go. That's what felt off the entire time. There you go. Ariel, I believe, is the only French speaker. What? You don't count me? Va te faire foutre. Well, she's the only fluent one, that's for sure. Hello, hello. I see that we have somebody else joining the conversation. Welcome. Thank you for dropping by. I'm just messing with you, man. Of course, Ariel is the true French. This beast is shaping up. And my hands are hurting right now. Like they're starting to, even if I let go of the stylus, my hand is starting to shape up into the position in which I use for drawing. It's amazing. God damn. Oh, my hand. I gotta straighten it for a bit. You know what, Rick? This drawing that I'm doing right now, and I told Cody this and he agreed. He even praised me for speaking out. This is your fault, man. This is your fault. I'm loving it though. See? See, Rick? I'm not lying. I'm not making shit up. just to have you say something beautiful. I guess. Delighted, I guess. Exuberant. Outstanding. Magnificent. I'm glad. I'm glad, Rick. I'm very happy. And now I'm gonna do something magical. I now understand what has been bugging me the entire time, and it is the snout. The snout is not pointing forwards as much as it has to, which is leading it to have that wolfman look rather than a more lion kind of face. That's why. There you go. There we go. Oh my god. The itch that I've been feeling that I couldn't explain has been resolved. So that's why my mind has been telling me something is off. Something is off with this. He looks more like who was that? Who was that actor? Forget. He looks more like Anthony Hopkins Wolfman rather than Nosferatu Zod. And I think this should be taller. Yes. Yes, very good. Yes. There you go. Yes. That makes so much more sense. How could I not have identified that much earlier, man? I think that I should have gotten a 3D model of Zod, spun him around, and then got the answer that I was looking for. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. It's not your fault. And I think this, as tiring as this is, it's a good challenge, and I think it's going to add so much to the final piece. So, even if you did not suggest it, I feel like I still might have gravitated towards this. Because I feel like there's more significance to Zod than somebody like Rosine. Because I was thinking about uh, particularly doing Rosine. Nice! That it should be his final form being dead, not his human form. Yeah. I mean, in the story, when an apostle dies, he does turn back into his human form. But I could argue lore wise that he's still, what do you call that? That he's still probably transforming back. Yes. These drawings that I've been doing these past few days have truly rekindled my love for the craft. Because it's subject matter that I'm just so interested in tackling. And I know that that's not always the case, especially when we do client work. We can't always get the the topics that we want. That's why I guess pieces like these are so important for the health of being an artist. I think it's always important to, if possible, to set some time for yourself to draw what you want. The good thing about this is it keeps you drawing instead of, I think it was, and I'm also speaking about this to myself, because a lot of the times I got tired of drawing some of my clients' works, some work for clients, I mean, and you know, there are moments when it just doesn't hit for you. You still want to do it as best as you can, and that's another reason you want to take a little pause, because if you continue, you know you're gonna mess it up. Dealing with that right now. They chose the worst thumbnail. It happens. Sometimes I would submit 6 thumbnails to 8 thumbnails, and then I would be excited. That's why I kind of turn my brain off when I'm doing the submission. I'm like, okay, I have my preferences here, but I'm not gonna even mention it. I do bring it up sometimes, not always, but sometimes, or and it won't end up in the portfolio either, so it's just a job, which I'm grateful for. Even if I do find it difficult to do commission work, sometimes I I do what Rick said, which is to find something beautiful in it. And sometimes it takes faster, sometimes it takes slower, but there is a moment where all of it just clicks. You're like, oh, I understand this piece now. Oh, it makes sense. Oh, this is what I do. This is how I connect with it. And it's always helpful to put yourself in the shoes of the client and not in your own shoes. At least that's what I've come to find. That's why even that's why I still have a lot of my client work in my portfolio, because I believe that I've been able to channel a lot of good things through that. Maybe there are elements there that I'm not particularly a fan of. For example, the designs. It's almost often the designs that I'm not really jiving with, especially if it's something based on medieval experiences. And oh my god, I'm a medieval buff. I'm a medieval nerd. And so if it's the 15th century, I want it to be as close to it as possible. If it's inspired by the 14th, if it's Nordic, if it's Anglo-Saxon, what period of the Roman Empire is it based on, and so on and so forth. Like, I want it to be as close as can be, especially if you're claiming historically inspired, you know? And then at times when you bring it up with your client, they'll shake their head, tell you to have it changed, and sometimes they can't explain what they want you to change. And then they send you an image. And it's some of the most generic things ever. And you just gotta swallow it. For number one, it's not your work. It's not your story, it's their story. And so you bring the composition to the table, you bring your art, you bring your skills, and you get a go at it. And see how far that takes you. And even though I've had some challenges, I'm pretty happy with the results that I've gotten throughout my time doing this. I don't know if all of that made sense. So I apologize in case it did not. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, doggy. Oh, hi, Mark. And there we go. You got a dog? Who, me? I used to. Not right now. I used to have a lot of dogs back at the family home. I love dogs. I really love dogs. I miss dogs. Why? Yeah. Well, there is a part in the room where he does say, "Hi, doggy," but it's in a completely different scene. So I accidentally transposed the words from one scene to another. So forgive me for that. Yes! Yes, I am liking. Me like. Like me like. Oh, damn, this is pretty satisfying, I would say. Very satisfying. Then, boom. There we go. Oh my god. Let's make them stand closer to each other. And then let's select Batty Bats. And let's... And here we go. Of course, I have to select Zod's face. So this is the before and after. Midday breakfast cooking. Cool. Let's just turn everything off because I want to showcase the before and after. There we go. Yes. Yes. Okay, time to select this. Let's just do it really quickly. It's okay for a little rough because it is a gnarly patch of hair. It is an ungroomed Zod. Your soul is mine. Rest in peace, sir. Rest in peace, good sir. Your soul is mine. Fatality. Shang Tsung wins. Flawless victory. Welcome, welcome, welcome. One thing I like to do, especially when it comes to more organic creatures, for example, like this one, is to, and then just slowly bring it back with an eraser tool. And so what happens is that you get these, you get more control with how you originally prepared the line work. You get to re-examine which parts to emphasize and which parts to, and so you get a new level of control from something that you had already illustrated. Without having to draw everything again. So you take the current layer, you mask it, you mask all of it, you take an eraser, and then you get to work. So here I could emphasize the teeth, I could emphasize the eyes, I could emphasize the snout, I could emphasize the area where the horn connects with the skull, and so on and so forth. There you go. And then what we can do is duplicate the thing again. There you go. And so you get a more naturalistic reveal. Then combine it with everything else. Et voila. I think we'll just leave this at 70% so it doesn't call too much attention to itself, since our focus of attention is still Guts and Batman. There you go. So I think what we're missing is shadow. So one of the fast ways I've discovered on how to do shadow is to duplicate your current top layer, you merge it, and this is the layer that we have now, the merged layer. Hello, hello, hello. Did the audio cut? Can you guys still hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys still hear me? Hello? Hello? Please let me know if you could still hear me. So one thing I found that you could do is turn the lightness down. Hello, can you guys still hear me? And with it down, we could pull it, we could shift it to a perspective. Oh my, what's happened? Hello? Hello? Hello, hello. So, attention is still Guts and Batman. Hello, hello, hello. Uh, yeah, I think it's your audio, Cody. Hello? Yeah, I just stopped talking. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I just stopped talking because I'm trying to figure out how to create a shadow for this. I see, I see. I'm just going to be adding a soft shadow beneath their feet so that I think I need a softer brush. There you go. Let's erase that again. I just gotta make sure, you know. Of course, I don't want all of my efforts to go in vain again. In case I've fallen silent again, I'm really just trying to figure out how to make this shadow pass look good. And so that the characters really, truly pop. So it seems that we have to hide a little bit of Guts's feet right here. Oopsie daisy. There you go. Because it seems that that is Bats's claw. Or hook arms. Or whatever we want to call it. Same thing here to add three-dimensionality. And here too. And here as well. So that it really makes the blades pop. There you go. So it doesn't look like it's just floating in the background. Same thing here. There you go. And then to clean it up, I think we have to erase some of the white extensions here, because it is destroying the illusion of three-dimensionality because of how it is popping up instead of hiding the rest of it. There you go. Same thing here. There you go. Then we go back to adding the shadow. To make sure that the illusion is complete. We duplicate it. And then to top it off, we create a gradient. Yes, sir. The gradient should be black and white. Gradient, where are you? Oops. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's flip that. There you go. All right. Take care, man. Thanks for always being there. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. See you soon. Take care. There we go. And of course, we could select this and copy that, paste it above again, and do a camera raw filter. Increase the grain. Add a feather. Change the midpoint. At least that's the idea. So we have to check how we did some of our previous horizon lines. And it seems that we also have to have a primary gradient before the other gradient. So let's do another one. Gradient. Flip it again. There you go. Now that's a little too intense. And so we reduce that so that they really stand out. Yes, partly. I partly use the concept figure, but not entirely. So if you look here, a lot of it is still my own. I combined the concept figure with the actual concept art for Absolute Batman. So here's a demonstration. So this is the concept. Notice how I just took inspiration from it, but didn't completely copy it. The concept takes a lot of liberties, and so I pulled it back, reined it back in to its original concept. So even and I also added some more gothic elements to it. So here the plating is much more, how to call it? The word is evading me. But for here, what I did is I tried to apply some more gothic elements, even with the gauntlets. So compared to here, this is a little more biker gear, and the boots look like a blend of Spawn and Iron Man. Meanwhile, here I went for a true medieval boot. So there. Thank you. Thank you. Even the face, I really added back some of the original concepts that were present. I feel like what you did matches the overall aesthetic they were going for originally than what the 3D render ended up as. Thank you. Thank you. And I also didn't want to go overboard with the armor. And so what I did is I still kept to the original comic book where the armor really is just this top part plus the axe, and then that's pretty much it. So that's also something that I wanted to do. So here we're just adding some shadows so that it doesn't look like there's some sudden white lines that destroys the illusion of three-dimensionality. There you go. Even here. There you go. I'm considering if I should put some blood effects, but I kind of like how it is right now, being black and white. All right, so now that we have a good overall look at the composite, I think we could darken Nosferatu a little bit more. That's too much. That is too much. All right, let's invert that again. So let's just be selective of it. Let's zoom out so that we can figure out the readability, because not everybody will be able to look at this from a 4K monitor. So a lot of people will be seeing this artwork from the comfort of their phones. And so we have to examine the illustration from that kind of distance. It's the same thing, I believe, when you're doing a comic book cover or anything like that. You want to build it in such a way that people look at it from afar and they're like, oh my god, that cover looks really good. The composition is amazing. It doesn't play questions with my eyes. And then you go and approach it, and then you discover that the details are far better than you expected. Are you inking this piece at all, or is it solely pencils? This is pencils. So I'm going to be sticking with that effect. And then afterwards, I will be fully painting over it as well. I think I've found my art style. And that's what I am showcasing here. I like also being able to see all of these little lines that are present. There you go. And what we can do, let's test it out. I'm going to do a camera raw filter pass again. So this is kind of the finished result already for this pass. I mean, not the colored one. This is ready for posting as its current style, is what I'm trying to say. Right, so here is the pass that I've done. There you go. So everything is quite readable. So to our new viewers, to people who have just dropped by, I'm going to show you what the colors will look like. So this is a sample of how I have already painted Absolute Batman. Right here. So I am aiming to paint everything to this level of render as well. Oh, after color. I see. So yes, I'm hoping that it would look like something like this. But for now, I'm loving this style. I'm personally loving this style. But soon enough, guts will be colored in this manner as well. But for now, we will be sticking with this. So first, we add a little bit of shadowing for our Batman to have him really stand up, to pop up a little bit more. Just some light shading, nothing extravagant, to create also some separation between him and Guts. There you go. There you go. And then the other one is, let's select Guts. And let's add a little bit of shadowing to him as well. And then finally, let's add some more to Nosferatu Zod. I really love saying it in that way, hearkening to how Willem Dafoe said it in the film Nosferatu. Nosferatu. So here we're gonna shape Nosferatu a little bit more now that we are watching it from afar, observing it from afar. And that's how we add the necessary lines that seem to be missing, and the shading that wasn't present a while ago. So this is what we do to reach a finalizing point. There you go. Then we could erase this. And then we could zoom out again. I don't want to zoom in anymore because what I'm trying to do now is readability. That's what I'm paying attention to now. Like, I'm more than satisfied with the details that I've included. The question now is how well can it be read? And yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I'm very happy with this. And now, of course, what it needs is my signature. Lest it be stolen. Which hopefully not. I don't think it's going to be stolen. So let's put it somewhere here. So it is 12:06:25. There you go. All right. Oh, it's missing a few things. Nah. I think this is good. All right. I think that does it for the stream. I will be streaming again hopefully tomorrow. I will announce the schedule on Facebook, and I think also on YouTube, maybe in my other socials such as X and Instagram. What I will be working on tomorrow is hopefully Wonder Woman, Absolute Wonder Woman. So just to give a preview of that to those who are similar style, similar techniques. And this is my Absolute, where is he? Absolute, oh my god, where is he? Where is that good person? Absolute. Did I delete him? Oh, there you go. Absolute Superman. So this is just a sampler. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. But they will essentially be part of a much larger illustration, which is this. So as you can see, we have Guts and Batman properly aligned now. He's missing Nosferatu because that was an addition just today. And this will be the final result. So for now, I'm happy to finish this. It's thematically on point. This was the original plan, to just have Guts and Batman together and nobody else. But then while I was working on this, I was just filled with jubilation at the concept and idea of stringing them together, and here we are now. So to everybody who's joined the stream, thank you so much. Cody, I'll just do some posting, and then I think we could do some Apex. As for everybody else, I appreciate you. Thank you for spending time with me. thank you for tossing comments and joining in the discussions. I'll make an announcement for the next stream. We'll be working on Absolute Wonder Woman and Absolute Superman, maybe a commission or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But all right, I've been drawing and streaming for more than 7 hours now, minus a coffee break of around 20 minutes, so approximately 7 hours. It's 3:24 a.m. here to wherever you guys are. I wish you a fantastic day, and I'll see you soon. Thank you. All right. All right. Take care. Bye bye.